Good afternoon, everybody. It is Monday, March 9th, 2026. This is a combined commissioners meeting which incorporates the budget session number 4. We are live in City Hall Commissioners Room, second floor. I'd like to call this meeting to order at exactly 2 o'clock p.m. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In lieu of calling roll call, we'll have the minutes reflect that all the commissioners and the mayor are here, so we have a full complement of the mayor and commissioners. We're able to then formally conduct business today. Would also like to thank everybody that's watching virtually on the cameras for tuning in today, and also like to thank everybody that's here today in person. We welcome comments, and the rules for engagement are included on the bottom of the agenda. If you didn't get the agenda, there should be copies outside of the hallway on the table there. And with that, I want to remind everybody that there are time restrictions for making public comment. And again, they're written at the bottom of the agenda. We also provide electronically support documents. Those are documents that support individual agenda topics. And they are embedded into the agenda so that you can see them electronically. And you get to see exactly what we get to see. With that, we're going to start off with presentation of Proclamation for Women's History Month. I get the Vice President to join me up front, and any members of the Village Improvement Association, would you please come up forward? Can you get the other side?
Oh, okay.
This? Oh.
Call me down here.
This can get in front here.
Okay, here, like this.
Thank you for joining me. I'm going to read the proclamation, then we're going to have you introduce yourselves. This is a proclamation in honor of Women's History Month, Village Improvement Association Day, March 9th, 2026. Whereas in honor of Women's History Month, we celebrate all the achievements and contributions women have made throughout history. Women have played a crucial role in advancing social justice, leading groundbreaking scientific discoveries, enriching our culture through remarkable works of art and literature, and charting bold directions in foreign policy. And whereas the Village Improvement Association of Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, the VIA as we commonly call it, is a women's civic and charitable organization dedicated to community improvement. Since 1909, the VIA has been dedicated to improving the Rehoboth Beach community and enhancing the lives of residents and visitors. And whereas the VIA's many contributions include starting the Rehoboth Beach Public Library, co-founding the Rehoboth Art League, and constructing the Lake Gerard Children's Fishing Pier, which, by the way, is ready to go through iteration phase 2 shortly. And whereas also the VIA provides health-related education, support for homeless adults and children, scholarships, and community beautification efforts, to name just some of their energetic achievements. And whereas the VIA's 238 volunteers, members, continue their traditions of service by successfully completing 135 city projects for the city of Rehoboth Beach, amounting to a total of 20,729 hours. Now, therefore, as part of Women's History Month, we, Mayor Stan Mills, and Board Vice President Patrick Gossett, do hereby proclaim Monday, March 9th, 2026 as Village Improvement Association VIA Day in the city of Rehoboth Beach in honor of the 238 volunteer members who make such a positive difference in our community. Proclaim this 9th day of March 2025, Stan Mills, Mayor, and Patrick Gossett, Board Vice President. Photo op, names, and then a special mention.
Okay.
Here we go, smile. You want to do names first? And if you would, state your name and if you had a position with the VIA in the past, president, et cetera.
Marty Badilla, current president.
Pat O'Brien, member.
Nancy Schindler-Youngdale, I'm hostess of the
Chairman
chairman of the host committee. Thank you.
Diane Raycom, secretary. Gloria Farrow, director.
Edith Caputo, member.
Sandra Skidmore, member.
Bonnie Burzone, past board member.
And who are you?
Okay.
Elaine. And this is Elaine.
Oh, what?
He is our photographer in Wisconsin.
Oh, there you go, there you go.
Communication, there you go.
And I wanted to mention, this is a Rehoboth's Hidden History.
An
It's,
excellent forward.
with an excellent forward. Who is that by? Oh, Mayor Stan Mills. Where can they buy this? Or
You can buy it off our website or at Browseabout, Barnes and Noble, and also the Shell Shop.
Seashell Shop?
Yeah, you know.
Very good.
Yeah.
It's an excellent book. It's a really very nice history and has a lot of photographs in it. Ladies, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And you're not obligated to stay, but we would welcome you to. Correspondence, when it's received of sufficient time in front of the meeting, is embedded in the agenda. You'll see that there's no correspondence embedded in the agenda. We did get 2 pieces of email from Lisa Schlosser and Hoyt Decker that'll be embedded after today's meeting at some point. With that, we'll go to City Manager's report. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Good afternoon. Last week, we recognized our city staff on Employee Appreciation Day, and today, as we recognize Women's History Month, I want to take a moment to thank all of the incredible women who work so hard for the city of Rehoboth Beach. While it feels like a nice spring day outside, we are just 2 weeks out from the blizzard, and we are so appreciative of the hard work of our city crews. As we shared in Friday's Lines in the Sand, 8 members of our streets department worked 12-hour shifts on 9 plow trucks using 8 tons of street salt. Our dispatch center also worked 12-hour shifts with 2 to 3 dispatches rotating through each shift from 1 p.m. on Sunday through 7 a.m. on Tuesday, responding to 370 calls and about 90 incidents. 30 of those incidents were responded to inside of the city, 25 of which were calls about downed trees and wires. And we understand that residents and crews are still cleaning up from the storm as it was severe as the damage was. It will most likely still take several more weeks to clean up the last of the debris. City staff will be reviewing and updating our emergency operations plan, which was originally created in 2013. This update will cover areas such as storm response and recovery, evacuation procedures, staffing needs, and communications, among others. While our crews responded exceptionally well in this storm, we're incredibly proud of everyone's hard work. Events like this always provide valuable learning opportunities. We just want to document those insights and incorporate them so we're even better prepared in the future and ensure that our plans align with our current infrastructure, technology, staffing, et cetera. Finally, there has been a lot of misinformation circulating on community websites and through text and email notifications regarding proposed changes to the charter. One example is the claim that taxes are going up, which is simply not true. That particular change adjusts the tax cap from a fixed dollar amount to a percentage of assessed value with no increase in taxes. With future development coming to Rehoboth Beach, this ensures that new hotels and other new developments contribute their fair share to services such as our police department, other municipal operations such as streets, as their assessed values grow. To be clear, there are no plans in this budget to raise taxes, but we do plan to bring back that fully drafted legislative language, the final bill, on the April 9th Commissioner's agenda. And that concludes my report for today, but I'm here for any questions you may have.
Any questions from the commissioners?
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Galante?
So thanks for that last part. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the intent here. So the full suite of charter changes that were voted on in our February 9th meeting, because a lot of them were being edited in real time and there were ones that were offered during the discussion, they will be coming back to our meeting on April 9th for review, discussion, and then a vote.
Commissioner, the final legislative language contained in the bill that will be brought before the General Assembly will be embedded and brought before you. At that point in time, commissioners will have an opportunity to review the final legislative language, and then it will move forward to the General Assembly.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Good?
Mr. Tedderwell, I appreciate the way you've described the property tax situation. And while it's true, following the almost 30% rise in property taxes with the August 31st, 2024 bill, I think that we need to be fair to the public. There are other points of view about the wisdom of adopting this new percentage given all of the run-ups in the budget in recent years. So the ability to tax property owners more
Commissioner Good.
I have the floor, thank you. The ability to tax property tax more owners more, and there's absolutely no mistake about it. This enshrines that, and depending on the assessed values, could run up property taxes significantly in future fiscal years. So we have to be mindful. I and one other commissioner voted against that for good reasons. So it was not unanimous, and I think that we shouldn't just somehow assume that everybody's on board to remove the $3 million cap that was in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Are there any further questions of the city manager?
Just a comment, Mayor, if I may.
Commissioner Gossett?
Yes, I just following on the storm comments, what have you, just want to acknowledge the Coast Hotel, which was very gracious in hosting all of the individuals that stayed over, our crews and staff that stayed over and worked 12 and 14-hour shifts. They were gratis for the hotel rooms, and it was very helpful for them because it was next door to ground zero, if you will, and I just want to acknowledge the Coast Hotel for their help in that matter.
Mr. Mayor, I have one
Thank you.
more item.
Commissioner Galante?
It wasn't in the city manager report, but I also want to acknowledge the deft of speed that the city acted upon with installing the safety and security fence around the Stokely Children's Playground. I walked by there the other day. I see it was like 90% in place. And I know that was only brought to this board, about 6 weeks ago. So thank you for all the work that you did to make sure that that was happened and done quickly.
We'll move on to the city solicitor's report. Anything? No report. With that, our next item is old business.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
We haven't gotten an update from the city solicitor about how the motions put before the Chancery Court how they're moving along. That would have been, I believe, back in September that they were going to be composed by Mr. McMacken and his associates. So that's a long time. That's 6 months ago. Why is there no report to keep us abreast? And of course, there is the outstanding request by Commissioner Thier and myself that we enter into settlement negotiations with the plaintiffs because we're already at a $350,000 tab to defend this lawsuit, which came
Commissioner,
about
there are
because
no
of bad
pending-
decisions by quite a few people on this board.
You just asked a question, Commissioner. There are no motions pending before the Chancery Court in this matter.
What about the three motions? Commissioner Thier and I believe, I voted against all of them. I believe Commissioner Thier joined me in voting against all but one of them. What about those motions that you showed us where they had changed Mr. Tedder's title from May of 2024 to August of 2025 in order to accrue the requisite number of years of full city manager experience? Where are those motions? And we're paying for them, clearly. We have over $350,000 in legal bills to show for it.
If I may, Commissioner, the motions that were passed by the Board of Commissioners, that was information for use by our council. There are presently no motions, meaning documents pending decision before the Chancery Court.
So Mr.
That's
McMacken
all,
did
that's all.
not,
We're not.
Mr. McMacken
we're
never
not,
submitted
We're
those
not getting into this.
to the judge. That
You're-
it was presented in that
You're
context.
overstepping the bounds.
No, Commissioner, it was not presented in that contents. There were motions before you all. We moved to have certain information ratified, certain information agreed to. That is fundamentally different than motions before the Chancery Court.
That is true, but what's the purpose of our just discussing it and then not having it be useful in this lawsuit? What would be the purpose of that?
This is inappropriate. We've gotten too deep into this
Well,
topic.
we need an
You
update
can-
on March 20th as to why we were given the impression these were motions to be put before the Chancery Court judge, and now we're finding out they were just exercises in elocution and
No, that's your version
language.
of what happened,
That's-
Commissioner Good.
That's all, cutting off the conversation. Our next bit of business is old business, discussing possible consideration of the draft budget for fiscal year 2027 as presented by the city manager to include, but not limited to, presentations by our 5 community partners seeking grants, including possible consideration of amount of awards, if any. Wanted to indicate that the public is welcome to comment on this. We're going to have the presentations first after the city manager has some comments. The people that were invited to speak and present on their agencies have been given advance notice that they have a 15-minute window for conversation. I want to remind you that we have a countdown clock up there, and it beeps promptly at 15 minutes. So start planning your speech now. I want to remind the commissioners also that there is an opportunity to vote on each of the proposals as we hear them, rather than wait to the end. We could do that too, but it may be easier just to consider each one after the presentations are concluded, and we've had the opportunity to ask questions here, and the public has had opportunity to speak up on it. For the commissioners, when we do get to the individual presentations, I would suggest you hold your questions until they're finished, so we don't interfere with their 15-minute window. And again, the public will have an opportunity to speak. And having said that, I would like to have a public welcome that as we soon offer opportunities for comment, please wait to be acknowledged by the chair and given the floor. This applies, of course, to the commissioners also. When a member of the public is recognized, then please come to the center microphone, state your name and address or relationship to the city, and direct your remarks to the board up here, and keep your comments focused on the topics at hand. We want to remind everybody that Not the presenters, they get 15 minutes, but the members of the public can comment, get 3 minutes. So we'll reset the clock at 3 minutes so we can hear from as many voices as possible. And with that, Taylor, you had some preface?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. This is our fourth budget meeting that we've had thus far this year, and that's to go over our community partner contributions, discussing those grant requests, and then after we have had all of the presentations and vote on each of the grant requests, then we can go back and talk about any other final items you'd like to discuss. I do have our HR director and finance director here to assist in answering questions on anything related to the budget. And then your final action with this year's budget process is to approve the FY27 budget at your March 20th meeting later this month. So we did not have any major changes from budget meeting number 3 to 4, but these are some of the ones that we did go over the last 3 meetings, but we went through these last meeting, so I won't belabor that. Today, we'll hear from the Volunteer Fire Company, Main Street, the Historical Society, Public Library, and then Camp Rehoboth. And as you can see here on the screen, might be a little small for everyone to see, but it goes over the historical numbers that we've previously given out, and then the percentage change year to year on that bar chart in the right corner. So ultimately, do we have anyone from the fire company here right now? If not, we could.
Can we get Margaret to give them a call? I hesitate to act on it without having them here. So I know that everybody was supposed to be invited. I believe they were. So let's skip them, and maybe they're on a fire call. I don't know.
Yeah. So I figured we could just go to Main Street and then move forward from there if you're ready.
Commissioner Stewart,
Can I ask a quick question? Is Clear Space not, what happened to the Clear Space application?
ClearSpace contacted the city and determined it wasn't the right time for them to move forward with submitting to the grant application, so they did withdraw their request. So it's not in the agenda today. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
I would like to say that only some commissioners were informed in the beginning that the city had reached out to 2 additional nonprofits. That would be at the time Clear Space Theater and Camp Rehoboth. I only learned once these nonprofits had already gone through a lot of, spent a lot of resources and time filling out applications, and I was disappointed. I don't know whether there's some almost collusion among a certain group on the board to be informed of things because they feel somehow they need access to the information, and then it's better for other people to learn of it later, at which point it's harder to undo the action. As it turns out, ClearSpace has withdrawn its application. I mean, they are set to get use of a very nice parcel of land over on Christian Street. But I hope the context could be that there should have, the approval of the board, the entire board should have been obtained before these applicants were solicited to apply for grants. And I hope next year any additional grant recipients will be approved by the entire board, a majority of the entire board, before the city starts encouraging applications.
And that's not entirely accurate, but I'm not going to waste time on it. Main Street, you're next. Introduce yourself if you would, and then we'll give you a gimme on introducing yourself, and then start the clock.
Hi, my name is Susie Martin, and I'm the board president of Rehoboth Beach Main Street. And I'm pleased to be here today to talk to you about what a wonderful organization we are and why we are worthy for your investment. The first slide is basically that we promote the downtown experience. And for those of you who don't know, we literally represent businesses and homeowners within the city limits. So just to the canal, to the ocean, and two ends, the boardwalk and beyond. We don't go out on the highway. We just represent downtown Rehoboth. Our mission statement is here, and in the interest of 15 minutes, I'm not going to read it to you, but I am going to say that what we do is the two key words here are that we promote a vibrant and year-round downtown community. So what you'll notice in many of our events is that we bring people downtown in the off-season when the merchants and the restaurants need it the most. During the summer, you don't need our help. So we try and bring people in more on the off-season when the city really needs the help. This slide is sort of the what of what we do. This represents a wall we have inside our office, and it's the posters of the many events that we do every year. You'll notice we even have one from the Christmas parade, which is run by the fire department. So we reach out and are participating in other organizations' events every year. We're in that parade, no matter how cold it is. But we also do other events like Wreaths Across America, which are not necessarily fundraisers, but supporting a worthy cause. This is our board of directors, and as I said, I'm honored to be the president. We have a depth of knowledge on this board. It's just amazing the type of people who are willing to invest their time, their intelligence, their energies into Rehoboth Beach Main Street. We have a good cross-section of people here. You'll notice we have 7 downtown residents, which we were very intentional on because we want to have people who live in the city and are invested in its future. We also have 5 business owners or managers, which I think is an all-time high on our board, and we're really proud of that as well. And then we have 5 ex officio members who are really key to making our board work. This next slide talks about our growth, and I'm going to tell you that, in my opinion, our growth has come from the effective leadership of our executive director, Dan Slagle. He didn't know I was going to say that, but I think it's important to recognize that he is Mr. Downtown Rehoboth. You cannot go into a store, a business, anywhere in town who doesn't know Dan and doesn't respect him. So we're very honored that he is helping lead what we're doing. This just shows how we are a cross-section of the economy downtown. So we've broken down sort of the hospitality industry into these different categories, and this gives you a breakdown of where our members are coming from. Why is the city's financial support a good investment? The very first bullet on here is really key, I think. Your money is matched 4-to-1 by donations, by events, money we make from events, by grants. So your money helps ensure that we have a stability going forward, but we don't depend solely on that. We've been able to become less dependent on just city money, and we've really been able to use that to grow our organization. We come today to highlight why your investment is so important to us. The money that you invest in our organization is matched, and because you have confidence in us, the Main Street America that's a key step in getting our accreditation. So an accredited Main Street organization is a high standard to reach. It's hard to attain. It's a lot of paperwork and government red tape. But one of the key things that they look for is that the government body in which we're operating gives us some financial support. So we thank you for that because that helps us check that box off as well. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it over to Dan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor, and City Manager. I'm Dan Slagle, Executive Director of Rehoboth Beach Main Street. Just want to highlight some different things about our accomplishments and forward. Last year, we continued to follow our 3-year strategic plan. We participated in our events has grown significantly, surpassing 2025's goal. Our BMS events brought more than 5,000 plus attendees to downtown Rehoboth. We also delivered over 9,000 volunteer hours to promote, beautify, and support other activities. Next slide. Click it. There we go. Well, we all love Rehoboth and Bloom. So a little thing about Bloom is Rehoboth and Bloom is responsible for beautifying our downtown Rehoboth. 85 volunteers and 12 teams plan and maintain 110 planters and 4 gardens. In 2025, Bloom shared knowledge with other communities. Lewis and Bloom helped create Rehoboth and Bloom, and we are paying it forward by providing advice and assistance to Dewey and Bloom as they established their own program. The post office. Efforts in getting historical designation for our post office continues. The application was submitted to the USPS Historical Preservation Office for review. Once we get their approval, we will submit it to the Delaware State Historical Preservation Board for their approval. Making downtown an accessible place to work, which is very important for us. We want to help out the merchants, with parking and just helping out the employees. Making downtown an accessible place to work serve as a clearinghouse to connect summer workers and parking as housing opportunities. That is our goal, and we are working towards that. Events. All of you have heard about our Rehoboth and Main Street events. We're very proud of our events. Events bring enjoyment, it promotes the town, and provides financial benefits. We work with all our partners, the city, nonprofits, retail, restaurants, hospitality, services, and others to showcase our town throughout the region and beyond. Particularly during the off-season when things are not as frantic, our goal is to make the town thrive year-round. RBMS promotes our downtown events. We work with other organizations to cross-promote and purchase Google ads from surrounding major cities to promote downtown Rehoboth. Rehoboth Main Street upcoming events, all I can say, it's going to be a busy spring. We have 4 major events coming up this spring, so we're excited about that. So just to let you know, RBMS Downtown monthly newsletter and social media. We stay connected through newsletters, social media, and regular surveys. This slide shows our reach in the community and beyond. So I hope you have a chance to really take a look at that. Radio Rehoboth. Radio Rehoboth conducts and broadcasts regular spotlight interviews in downtown businesses and influencers. Rehoboth Main Street volunteer hours. I think this is very important to mention. We have tripled in the past 5 years our volunteer hours. At 18 hours minimum per hour, $18 per hour, that means $168,000 just from our volunteer hours. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to Susie.
There we go. This slide is about our income budget. So you'll see that over half of our income comes from program and event income. We get another 21% from the city, and then membership and donations is 22%, and currently about $5,000 a year in grants, or $5K in grants. We're trying to increase that, but now the political climate isn't so healthy for getting grants from the government, but we're continuing to try. This is our expense budget, and you'll notice we always operate in a balanced budget, so we're always in good shape financially. And then this is a key slide that shows that our program increases without any additional contribution from the city has grown significantly. So our budget was about $195,000 in 2022, and we have a budget of about $290,000 right now. But again, only 21% of that is coming from the city. We've increased the depth and the breadth of our programs across the city in the meantime, so at no additional cost to you. So in conclusion, I'd really like to finish where I started, which is to say thank you again to the city. We appreciate your support in the past. We are hopeful that you will continue to see us as a worthy organization that you will continue to contribute to. We feel very confident that we're on the right path, that we have the right people in place, that our programs are significant and they add value to downtown. And I thank you very much for coming out on this beautiful day and sitting in here listening to us. And I am giving 4 minutes to spare.
Oh, goodness gracious. You're wonderful.
Any questions?
Any questions by the commissioners? Then we'll go to the public, then we'll come back to the commissioners. Commissioner Saunders?
It's not really a question, it's more of a comment. You've come to thank us, but I think we should be thanking you. I personally think Main Street is the biggest bargain of all the checks we write. I feel that if we had to pay 50 cents an hour to the Bloom people, we'd be paying twice this amount. I mean, I can't imagine life without you. That's all. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, means a lot.
Thank you.
Mr.
Any
Mayor.
other questions? Commissioner
Not a
Galante?
not a question so much as a comment. So echo Commissioner Saunders' comments. I'm very impressed with the Main Street organization and in particular the volunteer hours that you have brought forth with your organization. I think it's a very good value. On a personal level, I just want to thank you for instituting and installing the memorial plaque for Ed Gamock, who was a beloved member of this community who passed away in February. My husband and I went to go see it this weekend, and it was very meaningful. I was very grateful to see it there, and so thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. He meant a lot to a lot of us, yeah.
Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
Thank you for the presentation. A clarification, because this accreditation you say that helps you and that is contingent on some city funds.
Yes.
I'm just curious because, as I'm sure both of you know, the original inception of Main Street across the country by the federal government was to resurrect and help distressed rural areas. And Rehoboth Beach qualifies to have a Main Street by virtue of Sussex County's demographics fitting that description of a distressed rural community. So normally we wouldn't really be eligible. But what exactly are the financials of this accreditation? Could it be just 10% of your funding would come from the local city, whereas I believe it's at 21% currently that it comes from Rehoboth Beach?
I don't know that there's a specific dollar value assigned or percentage, but I do want to correct one thing. It was not intended originally just for rural communities. It was really to help bring business back into anybody's downtown. So small town America in general was where it started. But now, for example, in Washington, D.C., in New York, there's multiple main streets. I think, Chris, you were involved with one in Washington, D.C. North Capitol. So just the North Capitol region of the District of Columbia has its own Main Street. So it's more economic pockets versus a designation of rural city. Main Street has adapted to the times, in other words, so they support many different types of cityscape environments.
Okay, we could drop rural, but they're looking at demographics. So, for instance, they wouldn't be eligible. Foxhall in Northwest DC wouldn't be eligible to have a Main Street, whereas yes, an area right near Capitol Hill might be. But just so you're not aware, I mean, because 21% is a significant portion of your budget. But I realize that this has been, I believe, a transfer from the city since around 2017. It grew from 60,000 to 75,000 is best to my.
We've never had 75,000.
Sorry, from 50,000 to 60,000.
50 to 60,
right.
right. But we've
couple
never
years
asked
ago.
for more.
But
right.
Good to know. I will look
Yeah.
into it further.
Yeah.
Back in 2019, there was some concern about whether Rehoboth really was eligible for this designation because we're not a distressed town. We're an affluent town. We don't present as a distressed community, frankly.
Well, I don't think they use the word distressed anymore. I think they're really looking at energizing a downtown environment. It doesn't have to be in distress, but they want to energize different environments. So there's some in the city of Boston, and they could be very well from a nicer section of Boston. I mean, across the globe, across the country. They are different types of cities, different economic situations, so I don't know that distressed is even in their, in their description anymore.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just for the point of accuracy, in the application, Commissioner Good, it has accurate information that for the last 8 years, they have received favorable loans from the, grants from the city of Rehoboth Beach for the last 6 years, $60,000 each year, and the 2 years prior to that, $50,000 each year. So that's accurate. That's from their own application. I do want to say how pleased I am in your organization, where it's come over the last 10 years ago. I remember sitting in the fire hall before this building was built, and Main Street was ready to collapse, frankly. And we thought it was a goner, and it resurrected, and you have done, all of you all contributed and done a fantastic amount with that. Are there any further comments up here? Otherwise, I'd like to go to the members of the public. Is that all right? Would anybody from the public like to say anything? Yeah, if not, then thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. We're going to actually, hold on. We're going to come back to the commissioners. I would entertain a motion to offer them the $60,000 or whatever amount.
I make a motion.
Seconded.
We have a motion by Commissioner Mark Saunders and a second by Commissioner Suzanne Stewart.
Please.
And to offer a grant of $60,000 to the Rehoboth Beach Main Street Group. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Commissioner Galante,
Yes.
Commissioner Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Saunders,
Yes.
Commissioner Gossip,
Aye.
Commissioner Thier, are you there? I'm sorry, did you vote?
I moved him back.
And your vote was a yes?
It was, yes.
Okay, and Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. And congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you,
it. Have a
and great job on your.
Thank you.
A representative from the fire department was here. He was called away. Now he's available. So Mike, if you would introduce yourself.
Let's see what we've got here. That's all Main Street. I guess that's all we have. That's fine. Okay.
Mike, if you would introduce yourself and
Mike
your
Simpler.
title.
Mike Simpler, President of the Rehoboth Beach Volunteer Fire Company. Good morning, Commissioner. Sorry I'm late. I actually had the 19th written down, and I was in the middle of lunch, so you got me out of paying the bill when I left. So the rest of the guys are like, really, Mike? I'm like, hey, planned it good. First off, as many of you know, we are a volunteer fire company. A lot of people that come to the area, including the city of Rehoboth, don't realize that we're a volunteer fire company. Now, our EMS is paid, and on that side, it is paid through the fire department. So we do all the payroll and all that, and that roughly accounts for a little more than probably a third of our budget right now. I mean, we're at 1.6 in payroll. We will be adding a third crew this year from May through Seawitch, which will give us 3 ambulance crews. Right now, we did have Lewis Fire Company come down last month 6 times because we had both ambulances on the road, plus we had a volunteer crew on a couple times to back up to 3rd and 4th emergencies. It's not like the old days when you'd have one ambulance run and we could take off from work, pick them up, run them to the hospital, come back. Now that run turns into an hour, hour and a half by the time you get done your paperwork and everything else we have to do now. Before you just wrote their name down, put it on a bill, send it to them. Where now it's, you got to fill out all the paperwork, what you did, what you use, nasal cannula, a Band-Aid, you got to write it all down for the records. With that, So ambulance is still a big part of our activities. We ran just under 5,000 ambulance runs last year for the whole area. And our area, for those that don't know, goes from Indian River Inlet Bridge all the way up to Route 24 McDonald's, all the way out to Burton's Pond on Route 24. So the whole Angola area, Dewey, Henlopen Acres, North Shores, all of that is considered Rehoboth Fire District. So we encompass a large area. And including on that, we had over 700 fire calls last year. Not that you guys probably all know, but last month during the blizzard, we had 199 fire calls just in 1 month. We had, and they were actual wires down, you know, the whole 9 yards. You guys saw the devastation in town here that we were running around to. And thank you for your crew, your crew that bailed us out. We had a vehicle had a pine tree fall on it while responding, while in motion, tore the front of it up into the dash. Then the brush truck that was right behind them got trapped in because trees fell behind it. The city was able to bring a backhoe and some equipment out on Holland Road and help bail us out so that we could get back to the patient who was back there. So thank you guys for that. That really made a big difference. And like I've said before, it's a handshake between the city of Rehoboth and us that we work together to get things done, whether it's the festivals that go on in the area, you know, right down to feeding maintenance guys when we're feeding them during the storm. So it's a big deal, including working with the police and having a dispatch center that backs us up. But the reason I guess I'm here, and you guys really want to hear, you don't want to probably hear all that, but it means a lot. It does, knowing that, you know, we can call you guys and you guys can call us. But the big request this year was for $300,000 for the fire station. Before, we've asked for way back when Mayor Cooper was mayor, we got 100,000, then we got a little more, then a little more, then a little more. Then we asked for some to go on to buy a new command vehicle, which that wasn't the one that was tore up in the storm. So, so this year we're asking for $300,000. The purpose of the $300,000 is due to something that stays in the city all the time, maintenance to the building. What we're proposing is to redo the bathrooms, the kitchen area, and part of the paid ambulance living quarters and break area for our volunteers that come from outside. There's only roughly 2 active volunteer firefighters that live in the city limits. Everybody else lives outside the city limit and comes in to protect the city. So most of them, you know, when we come in, we really don't have the adequate facilities in town to cover them. We have done some demolition already, which was removing the asbestos out of the building that we found when testing, so that was all removed. We've done just a little bit. We've found over the snowstorm that the roof in the center area where we had talked and showed some of the commissioners the stuff we've done, that roof is leaking. We found where wood is rotted and the membrane roof has got a crack in it. So that's a new expense we're having to put away for, or we're going to be fixing with funds that we've put away for. This 300, again, will go back to the bathrooms. The bathrooms are roughly 1960s style bathrooms, and we're planning on removing all of those, adding an ADA qualified bathroom. As you know, there's no real public bathrooms other than City Hall once you leave the first blocks of Rehoboth Avenue on the boardwalk. There's no other bathroom for the public to go in unless they go into a restaurant or something like that that will allow them to use our facilities. Most of the summer, our doors are up. One of the biggest requests besides T-shirt and want to look at the fire trucks is, can we use your bathroom? And we have found that, sure, you know, our doors are open, you can use it. But as some of you commissioners have viewed the facilities, you're like, oh, wow, you know, we still have curtains up instead of doors for the bathrooms. As far as the kitchen area, it's very small. So if the guys really want to fix something to eat or something like that, when 5 or 6 guys are up there covering night crew, because we're really starting to push the night crews to get faster responses out, we have that. And that's the main reason for the request of the $300,000. We're also looking at replacing the boilers to get rid of the old boiler system and go to a new modern heating instead of fuel oil. We're looking to go to propane, something like that as well. So, and to fix the quarters for the guys that are coming from out of town to have somewhere comfortable to be. Not necessarily sleeping quarters, but just nice lounge area. They can flop back in a recliner, watch TV, and wait for the call. So again, sorry I'm late. Don't have a lot of notes. I just have what Taylor brought up. And if anybody has watched Taylor and I's talk on YouTube, you'll see some of the fire station and all those facilities. So.
All right, thank you, Mike. Commissioners, Commissioner Thayer?
Thank you. So a couple of questions. I'll throw them both at you, then you answer. So the renovations, and I'm going a little bit from memory here. Just want to confirm. So we've got the 2 bathrooms. You're going to add an ADA bathroom. There's the kitchen. There's the bunk room, right? That's currently what the EMS crews use.
Yes.
And then there's another lounge area, or is that a bunk room or just a lounge area?
That's going to be a lounge area.
Okay. How many people are going to be able to bunk in the bunk room? Is it 2?
It's still just 2 right now. And the third crew, when we bring them all, will be out at Station 2 because they can bunk six in a quarters. They have female quarters and a male quarters. Right now, we only have a co-ed room in Station 1.
Okay.
Which is Station 1 headquarters right here in town.
What's the total cost of all those renovations?
We've had estimates of close to 425, but we understand the city. You know, granted, we're getting ready to dump a lot of money out ourselves because we got the new ladder truck and the new engine coming in, which is going to be roughly close to $4 million that we do have put away. Now, we don't know what the new roof is going to cost us either. So, because we've been told that they recommend not putting a flat roof on, but tying the two, the 54 station and the 56 station, merging those two together with a peak roof so that the gutter system runs to the back.
Okay. Response, volunteer response for fire calls, right? So let's put the EMS aside for a second, fire calls. I've heard anecdotally a couple of recent incidents where you have not been able to get enough people to, and again, enough people is a, relative term here, but maybe only 2 people respond to a call, not necessarily in town here, but certainly in this general area. So you can talk about that a little bit. Are you experiencing that where you're not having enough people to staff a truck?
That's a trick one because the couple that you're talking about are everyday customers to where perfect example is the one complex that's out on the highway. Their alarm goes off about 3 times a month. And after a while at 2 in the morning, guys are like, we know what that is. The 2 that go is usually a command officer and the duty officer, and then you also have both ambulance crews that respond out there. So technically, you're not just getting 2 people. But if we get several calls, they can re-alert it, and then it comes out as a full alarm versus a crew call. We run 3 different type calls. We run what's called an officer call that just the fire line officers go to. Then you have what's a crew call. It's not that important, it's something minor, but then we have an alarm. And that's when everybody needs to come and show up. That means it's a working house fire, it's a bad accident, it's something like that. Now you take the snowstorm, we had 32 people between all 3 stations show up, stay the whole time. Some of them had 37, 38 hours. And I'll give the Coast Hotel all the credit in the world because they allowed us to have 4 hotel rooms for our guys to sleep in.
Okay.
And then they were still able to run across the parking lot and get into the station.
So you're getting, just focusing on the alarm calls for a second, you are getting enough people, and again, little clarification here from some previous conversations you and I have had.
Yep.
I understand you have plenty of volunteers out in Angola.
Yep.
It's here in town where you don't have the
Here in
volunteers,
town,
right?
but-
I think we're down to 2 residents in
But
town.
like right now, if the fire whistle went off right now for a crew call, say just for Funland, for example, they had a call last night. We had 7 people show up in town.
Okay.
The 3 of us from right where I live, 2 of them from Bay Vista Road, and then 1 off of Church Street. Okay.
So it sounds like, I think what I'm hearing is, at least for alarm calls, you are having enough volunteers showing up to staff, appropriately staff, whatever the call is. Okay.
Yes. And I'll be honest with you, if I hear an automatic alarm in Angola by the bay, I'll listen to it on my fire radio. I'll have to go in the other room because the wife will kick me out of bed. But I'll go in the other room and listen. And if it sounds serious or starts to get upgrade, I'll start coming in town because we've got 3 stations. So we kind of have zones that we kind of listen to. You know, like the guys from Station 2, they're the lucky ones. They get to go both ways. They can either head to Station 3 in Angola or head in town here. Where if it's an automatic alarm and it's during the daytime, we're all sitting at the station, you might not even see us leave the fire station because we know they're headed, especially in the summertime. You know, we're not fighting traffic out to fight traffic back in if it's nothing major. But if we do go, we'll only go as far as Station 2 and stand by there so that now we can cover both ends of the district. We're doing the cover-up, and vice versa with Station 3. Station 3 will come in and stop at Station 2 to be able to cover the Angola area and still back up Station 2 or Station 1 if we get something.
Okay. I know you don't have a crystal ball. We know what the trends are elsewhere. I think I asked the same question last year. What's your comfort level, at least in the foreseeable future, maybe the next 2 to 3 years, that we're going to have enough volunteers to staff whatever the fire call is?
I think we'll be well off, and if any of you guys read the FOSSA report, which I think I sent to you and a couple others to disseminate for me, you'll see that they gave us 15-year compared to a lot of other fire companies in the area.
Yep.
And it's all because of how we treat our members. It's all on how we manage our budgets and where we live. I mean, granted, Angola is Angola. You're going to have the people there. You're not going to have the people buy a house in Rehoboth that have retired, 60, 70 years old, and want to jump on a fire truck and fight fire. They're damn good in the executive side and helping as associate members. I'll give them 100% credit. They make it easier so that we don't have to go to all the meetings. We don't have to come up there and do all the fundraising. We've got those guys helping, which allows the volunteers with as many calls as we're running now to be able to not get burned out as fast as a lot of these other fire companies in the area.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else up here?
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Good?
Thank you very much, Mr. Simpler. And I view the renovations as sorely needed. I mean, and I view it as an infrastructure category to me, just having been in those bathrooms, having, seen the dilapidated state. And yeah, for people to overnight, and I do know one of the 2 firefighters who lives in town. It's good that you have 2. I didn't realize you had 2. My question is, you referenced some calls on the highway where you've had to go randomly, like at 2 in the morning. You're not having the station on the highway near the Starbucks is not, first responder to that location?
All 3 respond. All 3 stations are notified. We're not Station 1 this, Station 2 this, everybody's notified. Because I could be in Angola down there doing something, get the call, I'll go to Station 3. So that's why Station 2 goes either way. It's like if we go to Lewis, it's Station 2, Station 3 goes to Lewis to assist them. But my truck knows that if that truck doesn't go out from Station 2, our job is to go to Lewis.
So, but only one of the 3, you'll attempt to have only one of the 3 to avoid redundancy be on the scene.
No, we'll still send 2.
All 3 of those stations will send?
Want to have at least 2 of something on the road, for the simple fact is, if that first one gets there and there is something, you've got to have that next crew to back them up.
I see.
Because if you got a 4-man crew like the national standard is, those 2 guys go in, who's the 2 guys that's going to come in to get them if something happens? So it's that you do have to have the redundancy. You don't have to have triple redundancy, but you got to have at least double redundancy.
Appreciate it. And I know with the rising cost, precipitous, there's been another existential shock to energy prices, diesel fuel costs. I assume, have you already, looked at how that'll affect your budget, the run up in diesel fuel?
It will, but we're also still under state contract for diesel fuel and propane, so that helps us in the sense too. And we're lucky if we go and fuel up at Wawa. We have the Wawa fleet cards. They deduct state and federal tax off of that because we're a fire department.
Great, thank you.
So that saves us money.
Thank you, Mike. Would you do some refreshing? Do you recall what amount you were given last year?
200,000, and then we came back when we wanted a new command vehicle. spoke to you folks, you gave us an extra $50,000, and the command vehicle was $84,000 when it was completed. You gave us an extra $50,000 to make it $250,000, and a logo was put on the side of the truck of that command vehicle on
Haven't
both
done a
sides.
photo op
And
yet
yeah, we got to do the photo op.
with the mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you, bless you. Would you remind us real quick, what does an ambulance cost and a mid-sized fire truck and a
Well,
ladder truck?
the new ambulance that we're just getting ready to order is now up to $490,000 before the stretcher. Stretchers run about 80 to 100,000 because their battery lift rate, it's like marine. Anytime you put marine on anything, double the cost. You put it on a fire truck, the cost is through the roof. The new ladder coming in is just under 1.9. We're going out in 2 weeks for final inspection. We also have a new engine for coming in town, which has a shorter wheelbase, which allows us to get around the streets better than engine 4, which is in here now. It's very similar to Dover. So if anybody's been in the city of Dover, you know how tight the parking and the streets are there. This is pretty much identical to that one. That one's coming in after outfitted with the tools and all that at 1.1. So we're getting ready to offload that and the new ambulance coming in. Matter of fact, the new ambulance is out at Station 2 now, getting ready to go into service. We just received it.
Very good. Well, I'll tell you, I'm all for the physical improvements. And I know we've made a lot of mention about the bathrooms. Well, to me, that's a sold job right there. And if you haven't been there and you're curious, I'm sure they'll give you a tour, but go here first before you go over there.
Yeah, because
Thank you.
They're still the old low style, so when you try to get up, we hear it all, and then people come in and go, there's a curtain up here? Why don't you have a door? It's like, well, we're talking 1950s and 60s when it was built.
Thank you, Mike. Commissioner Saunders?
Mike, just one quick question, please.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that it's going to cost $425,000.
Yes, sir.
You're only asking for $300,000. Where will the rest of the money come from?
We've put money away, so we're hoping that'll cover it. We're not going to ask you guys to pay for everything. It's only fair.
Thank you.
We're partners in this whole thing, and I'm sure.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't taking it, stealing from Peter to pay Paul. I'd rather give you the whole thing.
We've got, well, if you want to, we'd gladly take some more. But as I said, with that roof now, knowing that the rotten boards are up there, and we've got some holes actually from an issue that we've discussed for a while about the ospreys dropping sticks and everything up there. We found a couple plug holes still that they're trying to patch to get us through these next couple storms. We don't know how much that's going to cost. We've just found that after this last snowstorm when the ceiling collapsed in the bunk room. So,
Thank you, Mike.
but again, if you want to give us 400 or
Is there any members of the public that would like to comment one way or the other? Jeffrey, come up to the podium, state your name and address or relationship to the city.
Yes, I'm Jeffrey Good, I'm a resident of the city.
Pull that up to you a little bit. There you go.
Jeffrey Good, resident. Just a question, you mentioned you cover a lot of the area around here. Are the other towns generous with the fire department, like we are?
Unfortunately, no, and the reason is because Dewey Beach doesn't have a tax base. I think everybody here knows Dewey Beach, as much as they have money, they don't have any money. They do try to give us what they can. Again, we have a working relationship with them like here. Henlopen Acres gives us some money, but then they've also instituted a tax on their residents inside there to go to the fire service. And we're meeting with them again to see if they will up that a little bit. But right now, tax is a dirty word. So.
Okay, and your area of work can't be changed? You have to do that whole area?
We have to cover that whole area, and the rest is the county.
No matter what they give you, you have to cover it, right?
Yep, it's like the city. If the city doesn't give us money, we still have to cover it, and then we have to rely on the citizens to support us through the fund drive or the ambulance subscription drive.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? If not, we'll bring it back to the commissioners. I would entertain a motion to
Mayor, if I, if I may for a second. Just
Commissioner
a question for
Gossett?
you, Mike. Thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much for all the work you do and the dedication of your members. Just curious, the 300,000, that will be used for physical improvements in the station. You're not talking of any, equipment purchases
Nope.
or
Straight construction.
straight construction.
Straight
And
construction.
you mentioned that you got a couple estimates around 400 or 450 or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Do you have, I mean, $300,000 is a lot of money, and I'm certainly supportive of that, but would you be willing to share with the city manager at some point in the near future, just those contracts, so that we just kind of get aware of what we're buying and what we're supporting? I just think that, in essence, writing a blank check for $300,000 is a big ask, and we appreciate it. Not that we don't trust you, but just looking, as we all know, projects get going out of scope and, this kind of thing. So just if there's a relationship on a continual basis of updates of what's happening and what's it costing, and just that we stay within that 300,000. So I would make a motion to provide $300,000 in funding to the fire company.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Patrick Gossett and a second by Commissioner Chris Galani to award the Rehoboth Beach Volunteer Fire Company $300,000 in a grant. Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll do an individual vote. Commissioner Good?
I vote aye, and I'd also like to ask Mr. Simply to make his best efforts to raise more money from Henlopen Acres and North Shores as soon as he can.
I'm not asking for more comment.
I'm voting aye that Rehoboth Beach
We had that
fund
opportunity.
the fire department at $300,000 this year.
Commissioner Saunders?
Aye.
Commissioner Gossett?
Aye.
Commissioner Thier?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Commissioner Galante?
Yes.
And the chair votes aye. The motion's carried unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. You don't have to hang around. You got your money. Go. Thank you. Thank you. Next up is the Rehoboth Beach Historical Museum.
Let me get a full screen for you.
Ready?
Tell us who you are and before we start the clock.
Okay, hello, everybody. Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Heidi Nastrom Evans. I'm the Executive Director of the Rehoboth Beach Historical Society and Museum. And in the audience here, we have Jerry Capone, who's on our board of directors.
Raise your hand as she introduces you.
Thank you for coming. And we also have our staff here, Assistant Director Madeline Golden, and Operations Staff Jill Sterner.
Thank you.
No? Okay, well, thank you so much for having us here today to review our grant application to the City of Rehoboth Beach. I've titled this presentation, Investing in History, Investing in Rehoboth's Future. We're grateful for the city's partnership in preserving Rehoboth's history and strengthening our community. First, I wanted to start by reviewing how the museum drives downtown economic activity, that your investment actually brings a return to Rehoboth Beach. In 2025, we welcomed 5,000 visitors to downtown Rehoboth who came to visit us at the museum. We hosted 4 major exhibitions, and now that we have instituted regular changing exhibits, visitors return to see the new content. We host over 30 walking tours and weekly diorama talks during the season when the farmers market is going on next to the museum. and we hosted 5 school group visits. That economic impact equals a lot of money for Rehoboth Beach. 5,000 visitors, let's say each one spends about $50, brings in $250,000 into the downtown economic activity. That would bring to the city a 5-to-1 return or better. And we are responsible stewards. The investment that you make is the foundation of our operating budget. On the screen, you can see that the city grant is the yellow portion of the pie chart, 14%. It's a very important foundation for professional museum operations. It helps offset our essential fixed costs, and it's part of our larger diversified funding approach. Diversifying revenue in a changed landscape. We are heavily reliant now, and fortunately we had begun this before the federal funding cuts, in cultivating individual donors. You'll see on the screen there that fundraising is 40% of our annual budget. Special events and fundraising initiatives are also a very important part of our budget. I'm trying to see here. Fundraising. That would be earned income on the pie chart, 27%. Competitive grants were always a very important part of our budget as well, especially for funding our exhibits. Delaware Division of the Arts, for example, and Delaware 250 have funded us in the past and hopefully will continue to fund us in the future. Earned revenue through admissions, memberships, and programs is 11% of our budget. So every little bit counts, and we use that money very responsibly, and we're grateful for the part that the city contributes to us. Careful financial management has been critical as well. We're building our modest reserves for long-term sustainability. Our fixed costs continue. We have expenses related to the building, to collections care, to insurance, and utilities. This year, unfortunately, we lost Delaware Humanities grants, which funded our exhibitions in the past when the National Endowment for the Humanities lost its funding. So did our local humanities organization. And even the beautiful Delaware 250 program, which was supposed to continue to fund programming into 2026, they are no longer offering the grants that we had expected to receive from them. So with every dollar we have, we manage it responsibly to serve our community. Here's 2025 in review, engaging our community and strengthening Rehoboth. We hosted 4 major exhibitions in 2025. First, celebrating African American Rehoboth, covered the time span from 1690 to 1960. It was very popular and will continue to have a new life that I'll tell you about in a minute this following year. That received a Delaware 250 grant. We wouldn't have been able to put on that exhibit without that money, and that grant no longer exists, just so you know what the funding situation is out there. Metal in Memory, an artistic dialogue with history, is still up, and it will be up through the summer. So if you haven't seen it, please come to the museum and take a look. We received a Delaware Division of the Arts grant to bring Heidi Lowe, who's a local jewelry artist, in, and she interpreted pieces in our collection And the exhibit is about the diversity of our community. And the dialogue is between the history and the historic interpretation and Heidi Lowe's response to those pieces. Of course, thanks to the city, we have Paul Lovett's wonderful diorama, which he has since given to the museum, on display. And Paul is very active at the museum, giving tours all the time and giving public lectures that bring in funding to the museum as well. At the beginning of the year, we had recent gifts to the collection as well. So a lot of new exhibitions, a lot of reasons for people to come back to the museum time and again. Additional achievements, this was undertaken by Madeline Golden, our assistant director. She completed the digitization of the Coast Press newspaper, and that was done with the Delaware Public Archives and funded by one of our board members, the former Mayor Sam Cooper. So that was really nice. And what's great about that too is that is now available online through the museum, so people can search it and research it online. Other additional achievements, we secured very competitive state grants, and we generated a lot of media coverage that promotes Rehoboth through the Cape Gazette, and we're also regularly featured on Coast Life TV, and that brings a lot of people into downtown Rehoboth. The final point on this slide is navigating the funding challenges that I mentioned earlier, losing Delaware Humanities grants and the Delaware 250 grant program ending prematurely. Now, 2026, we've got year-round programming, bringing visitors downtown. We have great new exhibits coming up this year, and these are all thematically related to this being the 250th anniversary of our country. So Emerging Delaware is an exhibit that we're working on that will feature Preston Shell's very impressive, unique map collection. It's all based on original research on Delaware's cartographic evolution, and it includes maps dating as early as 1620 and going all the way up through the mid-1800s. This is a really important exhibit for our city, and I think it will bring a lot of people into the city. And that's going to open Memorial Day weekend. And then coordinating with that exhibit in November, we'll have an exhibit called Before the Boardwalk about the Marsh family, whose homestead is on the campus of Rehoboth Art League. And that demonstrates an important partnership within the city that the Historical Society has with Rehoboth Art League. We're working together on that exhibit. They're going to have part of it up on their campus, and we're going to have part of it in our museum, and we're going to refer people to each other so we'll all benefit from it. And that's going to explore colonial Delaware and America's 250th anniversary. We're also working on some more exciting exhibits. June Brides is an upcoming exhibit, and also a Pride exhibit for June. We have our annual needlework competition and exhibit, and our annual Delaware Beach Life photography exhibit as well. We have developed many community partnerships that we're very proud of. For example, we are involved in West Rehoboth's Juneteenth celebration, and for that, we are putting on permanent loan in West Side New Beginnings, our Celebrating African American Rehoboth exhibit. So it's moving from our space to West Rehoboth, where it belongs. And we're going to have a lot of wonderful programming around that celebration, including bringing the amazing author Alex Pate, who wrote the novel West of Rehoboth, to Rehoboth to lead writing workshops and storytelling. We are planning a Hillwood Estate bus trip with the Rehoboth Art League. That's scheduled for May 5th, so mark your calendars and come on that. It's going to be a lot of fun. And today we actually hosted a constituent conversation. There was coffee with Senator Russ Huxtable and Representative Claire Snyder Hall. And I hope we can do more things like that where we have these community conversations in the museum space. Year-round programming, we have Paul Lovett's Golden Age of Rehoboth diorama and his gallery talks. We have Jean Brolin giving boardwalk walking tours. We have school groups coming in, a lot of lectures and special events. And this year's Beach Ball fundraiser is slotted for August 7th at the Rehoboth Beach Country Club. And Paul Lovett and board member Hope Lavaccia are cheering that. And we think it's going to be a big bash this year, so you won't want to miss that. I think I'm going in the wrong direction. Okay, community space. Your museum, your community, serving diverse Rehoboth through these partnerships that I mentioned already. I see I'm running short on time, so the thing I'm going to mention here is that the museum is really accessible to all. We have a donation-based admissions program and free programs for schools. Our strategic growth. We are strengthening our financial sustainability through implementing a Century Club donor circle this year, forming an endowment for long-term stability, expanding membership outreach to new residents and property owners, and working toward a development staff hire for 2027, as we had initiated in our strategic plan that you helped us get started on. We're enhancing visitor experience through technology upgrades and interactive exhibits, improved signage and visibility, which we're raising money for and we'll need to talk to you about, and expanded educational programming, including hiring a dedicated education staff. So all of this requires stable operational foundation, and your support enables planning beyond our immediate needs.
Thank you. Thank you, Heidi. Any commissioners have questions or comments? Commissioner Saunders?
Thank you, Heidi. Can you tell us how much did you lose from the humanities grant that was canceled?
Well, Delaware Humanities, you used to be able to go to them. I'm on the board of Delaware Humanities, and it's such a loss because, I mean, you could go to the Delaware Humanities for as much as $20,000 for a program or an exhibit, or a smaller grant, like if you were hosting an event, they would give you $1,000, and you could keep going back. So that was really mostly for funding humanities-based programs, but you could go multiple times a year for that. And for Delaware 250, you could keep going back for more money for that too. Like for our African-American exhibit, they gave us $10,000. Without that, we wouldn't have been able to make the exhibit as beautiful as it turned out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Galante?
Rehoboth Beach has a rich history, and the museum is the only institution preserving artifacts, archives, and our community story. Our history isn't just something to preserve. It's a guide that helps make us wiser and helps to make more grounded decisions about our future. I am the commissioner liaison to the museum, and in that role, I've gotten to know the museum staff and board, and their commitment to protecting our story is exceptional. We are fortunate to have them. Their $52,000 request is a modest investment that ensures our heritage is preserved and actively used to inform the choices we make as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Good?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to inquire, because I know about 5 or 6 years ago, the city had to fund the HVAC replacement for the building. It is a city-owned building. And I'm wondering whether you have an update about how soon the roof will require replacement, which will be a substantial cost to the city for your building.
Well, I think that those things are okay at the moment. I mean, they haven't been cited as being a problem. I think that, there is the idea that there will be a time where that's going to happen, but that's not, as far as I know, a problem at the moment.
So it's not imminent. It's just, it was mentioned about 2 years ago. There was also some concern that there was some settlement in the corner of your building, but I guess is that stabilized as far as you know?
Well, our board is working in committees now, and our operations committee is looking into that because we had brought in the city to evaluate it, and that may be something that needs to be further addressed. But at the moment, we're still where we were originally and haven't slid into the canal, so we're grateful for that.
Okay, let's hope, because both with the dock and the museum, we seem to be in a holding pattern, even though we were hearing more catastrophic predictions about a year ago.
Right.
So maybe these major capital improvements somehow have addressed themselves. Let's hope.
Anybody else up here? If not, I'd like to go to the members of the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment one way or the other on this grant request? If not, we'll come back to the commissioners. I would entertain a motion.
I make a motion, sir. May I?
Yeah.
I think they're operating on a very tight budget. Therefore, I'd like to make a motion that we make a grant of $60,000. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
We're not going to go with the 52,000.
My motion is
If
for
yours
60.
carries, it will supersede the original grant request. Okay, I hope all of you reconsider on upping the grant request to 52,000 to
There's
60.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Did you?
I second it.
Did you second? So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Mark Saunders and a second by Commissioner Chris Galante to award $60,000 to the museum in the form of a grant. Is there any further discussion up here?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I wish that this had been
Commissioner
noticed.
Good?
Thank you. I'm concerned that I have a lot of respect for Commissioner Saunders, but I wish that we had all been informed. We usually are adhering to the amount of money, the grant request as being the maximum under consideration, and indeed we approved the fire department's $300,000 and Main Street's $60,000. But this is sort of untoward. I would think for both the public, especially for taxpayers, this should have been noticed to them that we can exceed the grant request. I'm just not comfortable with it. It seems a stretch.
All righty, thank you. We'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Saunders?
Yes.
Commissioner Gossett?
Aye.
Commissioner Thier?
No, I'd be willing to stay with the 52 that they requested. I'm concerned about setting a precedent, and we're going to talk a little bit later about some pretty significant deficits we have in coming years. So I'd approve the 52, but I'm a no on the 60.
Commissioner Stewart?
I echo Commissioner Thier's comments. I'm no on this. I think they do great work. I don't want it to be interpreted as that, but I'm responding to what they requested, so I'm comfortable with 52, but not 60.
All right. Commissioner Galante?
Yes.
Commissioner Good?
I concur both with Commissioner Stewart and Commissioner Thier and vote no, but would agree to the 52,000 as per the grant request
That
in
doesn't
front of
matter.
us.
Your vote is a no, and the chair votes yes. I was leaning that way from the beginning, but anyhow, that's a 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 4 yes and a 3 no. So the motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You got a little bonus there.
Yeah.
Library, you're to queue up next, please.
Always in education, Mark.
Which one?
I don't know about that.
Wait, that's our application, that's not
Yeah,
the presentation.
okay. Was it sent to me in email?
It was sent to Ann Womack. That's what I thought, that's where I thought it was supposed to go.
Okay.
Resend it from my phone.
Marco, she's saying that she sent it to Ann. She can resend it. Okay,
Yeah,
that'd be
sure.
great. Yeah, thank you.
Who am I sending it to?
To me, yeah.
I'd rather pause a little bit and let them go next.
Taking like a 5-minute break?
Yeah, go for it.
I was bad, and in public comments, I'm going to apologize.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my next door host was wrong.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm going to be apologizing.
There we go.
Yeah, yeah, well,
I wanted to wait until you guys were ready.
let's start, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, commissioners, mayor. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. We have Kay, our board president, some of the members of the Friends of the Rehoboth Beach Public Library. And this is our request for $75,000 for the library. And I'm Laura McCauley, sorry. Thanks, Kay. Forgot my own name. I am the director of the Rehoboth Beach Public Library. And this is our staff and our board of trustees. I will add that our events coordinator, Jay, sadly had to leave us at the end of last month. She got a new job in Maine, so, but she offered to continue helping us out remotely if we need more designs for our mascot, Claudia the Crab. So we will miss her very much. So the purpose, as in past years, we are asking the city for $75,000 to help offset the cost of staff salaries. As you can see from our graph, that personnel costs make up more than half of our budget each year. These figures are how much we've spent so far in FY26 as of January. We haven't gotten our February financial report yet, so it's even higher than that. But our highest cost is personnel, followed by building expenses, operations, collections, so books, periodicals, DVDs, audiobooks, and then programs. Our sources of income, our largest source of income is Sussex County, followed by the state of Delaware and the city of Rehoboth Beach. The Friends of the Library also do a lot of fundraising for us that mostly goes towards collections and programs. So everything that makes you want to visit the library, the Friends contribute towards. So some of the services that we offer, books, DVDs, ebooks and audiobooks, free access to computers and internet, printing, scanning, and faxing. We also offer notary services and programs for all ages. Normally, we also offer meeting room space too, but right now we can't because we're under renovations right now. But pretty much everything else that we normally offer, we've been able to offer even as we have 2/3 of the building shut down for construction right now. So far, we've had over 31,000 visitors in FY26. We've had 765 new library cards, over 26,000 physical checkouts, so books you can hold in your hand, and over 27,000 digital checkouts, so e-books and e-audiobooks. We got to be in the Sea Witch Parade last year with our new mascot, Claudia. I've been told it was not an easy costume to walk around in, but the kids really liked it. So some of the programs we've offered so far, like this upcoming week, on Friday, we're having our annual Oscar previews party. We've got over 40 people signed up for that so far. This past, our fiscal year starts in July, ends in June, but our summer reading challenge this year, we had 153 kids and teens signed up, and a recorded over 1,425 books read. And that's a very important program because it helps combat the summer slump when kids aren't in school. We keep them reading. They get raffle tickets for the number of books that they read in the summer. And we also have some pictures from our Cookies and Cocoa with Santa. Even though we don't have as many meeting spaces right now, we are so grateful to the Village Improvement Association, Henlopen Senior Center, and Camp Rehoboth have let us use their spaces for various events and functions. Camp Rehoboth is actually going to be letting us use their space this Friday for our normal Friday flicks, so we're going to be showing Hamnet there. And we also do some virtual events like our cooking classes and our yoga classes every week. And just a quick update on renovations. Whiting Turner began construction on our downtown facility, so that's hence the big fencing. But you can still enter the library. We have an accessible ramp that lets you into the side of the building that's closest to Summer House. Phase 1 is expected to be completed in fall 2026. And we're still fully staffed, and we're still offering most of the same services as before. So, does anyone have any questions?
Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Stewart?
I just have a comment. I think the library is terrific. I'm glad you're here. And I use my Libby library card all the time. And so I'm a fan.
Thank you.
Commissioner Saunders?
Can we be assured that all of the money of the $75,000 grant is used in New York, or is used in the city, in the Rehoboth City Library?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we have separate bank accounts for capital and operating expenses. And so, yeah, all of our operating expenses are with the downtown.
Okay, thank you.
And that was a commitment they made last year and fulfilled, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Good?
So I support the library because it's a longstanding grant recipient, and you are in the midst of this, major construction project. But I just want to put it out there for context, and it's been mentioned before, and I'm actually a little confounded as to why it's the case that a bigger library, Lewis, only needs and receives $5,000 a year from the city of Lewis, although exceptionally one year they got $10,000 because that outdoor pavilion that's adjacent to the bike trail was constructed, and they got a special so would you be able to explain to me, I would assume a similar number of staff members, if anything you have fewer staff members than the Lewis Library, which is a considerably bigger library.
So
why is it that you continue to need $75,000 toward personnel each year?
Well, for one, I would say, first thing I would say that is just because the city of Lewis only gives $5,000 to the Lewis Library doesn't mean that's all they need. They need a lot more than that. That's just all that they're willing to give. Did you want to?
I'm Kay Wheatley, Chair of the Board, and I'm just going to be really blunt. Lewis, Town of Lewis, or City of Lewis, and the library don't have as healthy of a relationship as the City of Rehoboth and the Rehoboth Library. And they also help them with some other things, but for their operating expense, that's how much they've been willing to give.
How is Lewis managing without an
I don't know. I
infusion
stay out of Lewis business. I just happen to know that. We concentrate on Rehoboth.
My understanding is they have to do a lot of fundraising every year to make up half their budget.
Their Friends group raises, I think it's just over $300,000 to make their budget balance.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, we'll go to the members of the public. Is there any members of the public that would like to comment or make? Nancy, identify yourself and address or relationship to the city, please.
Nancy Doyle, resident, 202 Country Club Drive, library user. I know we're all fans of the library. I love their digital, very modern digital approach too. And I know this is not a good time to advocate for an increase of the $75,000, so I'm not going to. But we are instrumental to their budget, and they're going through a renovation. Some people have said, don't worry, there's plenty of money we'll donate for the renovation or anything. And my comment to you all is, if that doesn't happen, if that 1 million they're short, we're giving less than 10%. If they fall short in their fundraising and they need to come back for a little more from us, and we have the money, I hope the commissioners will consider that in the future.
Thank you, Nancy. Anybody else? If not, we'll bring it back to the commissioners. Are there any further questions, comments, or else I would entertain a motion?
Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to share.
Commissioner Gossett, go ahead.
Thank you. In your application, there was a comment that struck me, and I just kind of want to share it. In 2024, the Annie E. Casey Foundation ranked Delaware as number 45 in education and reported that 75% of fourth graders in the state, quote, lacked reading proficiency. According to Delaware Literacy Alliance, 23% of adults in Delaware have low literacy skills, and 130,000 adults read below the third grade level. So just to me, how important the library is to our community, and the support that we have shared with it over the years and continue. They're improving their facilities right now. A lot of that is federal money that is coming to, and state money that's coming, bond money. But I also feel that, they're part of us in the community, and we continue to support them. So I'd like to make a motion to award the library their requested grant of $75,000 for this year.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Patrick Gossett and a second by Commissioner Chris Galani to award the Rehoboth Beach Public Library $75,000, their request. Is there any further discussion? If not, Commissioner Gossett?
Aye.
Commissioner Thier?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Commissioner Galante?
Yes.
Commissioner Good?
Yes.
Commissioner Saunders?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. The grant is awarded unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Next up will be Camp Rehoboth.
I'm going to download it so I can get a full screen.
If you start off and introduce yourself. And
Absolutely.
your relationship to the city, we think
Sure.
we know, but.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name's Laurie Thompson, and I want to thank I'm the development manager at Camp Rehoboth. I want to thank the mayor and the commissioners for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. Also joining me is Matty Brown. He's our communications manager at Camp Rehoboth as well. I'm going to make this a little, there we go. This year's a special one for Camp Rehoboth. We're celebrating our 35th anniversary. For 35 years, Camp has worked to create safe, welcoming spaces for the LGBTQ+ residents, visitors, and allies here in Rehoboth Beach and across Sussex County. This afternoon, I'd like to briefly share a little bit about the impact Camp Rehoboth has in the community, the partnerships we've built in the city, and how the Safe Harbors Grant Initiative will help us keep that work strong and sustainable going forward. Our request today really builds on a partnership that has helped make Rehoboth Beach a community known for inclusion and connection. Camp Rehoboth has become an important part of the community, not just socially, but economically as well. In 2025 alone, we generated nearly $2 million in revenue and worked with 328 sponsors and community supporters who help make our programs possible. We also hosted 3 major events in downtown Rehoboth, and together welcomed more than 10,000 attendees. So, excuse me, those events bring people into town, support local businesses, and create opportunities for residents and visitors to come together. But beyond the numbers, what we really see is people building community, making connections, finding support, and feeling like they belong here. Our partnership with the City of Rehoboth has played an important role in that work. One recent example is the collaboration between the city and Camp Rehoboth that helped improve Rehoboth's score on the Human Rights Campaign Municipal Equality Index. That index looks at how inclusive cities are in their policies and services. Through policy improvements, training, and collaboration, Rehoboth Beach improved their score from a 61 to a perfect 100. That's something the city should really be proud of. It reflects a shared commitment to make sure that everyone, residents and visitors alike, feel welcome and respected in the community. Camp Rehoboth serves a wide range of people across Sussex County. That includes LGBTQ+ residents, visitors, youth and families, transgender and non-binary individuals, seniors, seasonal workers, and people living in rural parts of the county. And the need for these services is significant. According to the Williams Institute, Delaware has the 3rd highest percentage of LGBTQ+ residents in the country on a per capita basis, and 70% of same-sex couples live in Sussex County. So there's a real and growing need for supportive services, community connection, and resources in our region. Camp Rehoboth helps to meet them by creating spaces where people can find support, information, and a sense of belonging. Another important part of our work is partnering with public safety agencies. Camp Rehoboth provides LGBTQ+ human relations trainings for law enforcement and other public service professionals. We've worked with the Rehoboth Beach Police Department, as well as departments in Seaford, Dewey Beach, Milton, and Denrick, seasonal officers. The goal is pretty simple: helping build trust and understanding so that when someone needs help, they feel comfortable reaching out to public safety. Those partnerships help strengthen relationships across the community and support a safer environment for everyone. Our programs and outreach continue to grow. Last year alone, more than 10,000 people attended camp events and programs. We hosted 97 special events, and our communications reached thousands of visitors and residents. Our letters from Camp Rehoboth, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, achieved distribution of more than 52,000 last year, and we had 1.6 social media views and 49,000 social media engagements. All of this helps connect people with programs, resources, and events happening in the community. For some people, these programs are simply a chance to meet others and to feel part of something. But for others, they're a critical connection to support and information. To make sure we can continue with these services, Camp Rehoboth has developed the Safe Harbors Grant Initiative. This effort is about strengthening our ability to support the LGBTQ+ residents across Sussex County, both now and into the future. It comes at an important time. Changes in federal funding, including the loss of our Camp Safe program, have reduced some of the resources that previously helped support programs and staffing. The Safe Harbors Grant Initiative will focus on 4 key areas. First, expanding services by maintaining programs people rely on, things like counseling support, peer connections, health navigation resources, educational workshops, and advocacy programs. Second, developing community leadership by strengthening our board through training and strategic recruitment of board members with experience in areas like public health, law, LGBTQ+ advocacy, and nonprofit development. Third, increasing our outreach to rural Sussex County, where many people still face barriers to accessing affirming services and community support. And finally, strengthening long-term funding sustainability by expanding our grant development work and building a multi-year fundraising strategy that reduces reliance on any one single funding source. Taken together, these efforts help ensure that Camp Rehoboth can continue to be a stable and reliable resource in the community. As camp has grown, so have the tools we use to manage our programs, events, communications, and donor engagement. This grant will help us to integrate these systems, reducing time spent on management and freeing up more time for programs and services. It allows us to measure impact more effectively and report more clearly to partners, supporters, and funders. These improvements ensure camp remains strong, responsible, and a sustainable organization for years to come. The progress Rehoboth Beach has made from the Municipal Equality Index score from a 61 to 100 shows what's possible when local government and community organizations work together. Supporting efforts like the Safe Harbors Grant Initiative help protect the partnerships and programs that make progress possible. And it helps ensure that Rehoboth continues to be a community known for inclusion, connection, and leadership. I want to thank you for the time this afternoon and for the partnership that the city has built with Camp Rehoboth over the years. As we celebrate 35 years of service, we look forward to continuing our work together. With your support of the Safe Harbors Grant Initiative, we can continue to build a community where people feel welcomed, supported, and connected, not just for today, but for the next generation of residents and visitors who will call Rehoboth Beach home. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Are there any comments by the commissioners?
Mr. Mayor?
Do you? Oh, Commissioner Good?
So it's great that you've existed and thrived for 35 years. You're a great organization. That's not, at issue here. Whether by negligence or intent, I don't know what happened. Only some of the commissioners were informed in late or mid to late 2025 that the city all of a sudden was soliciting additional nonprofits who might be interested in obtaining city funds. One resident likened it to bellying up to the trough, the way the city, which has over $60 million in debt, approached nonprofits because they happen to work with the city. And only some commissioners were informed that this was the modus operandi we were taking. So we never had the approval of the majority of the board to do this. Probably they would have gotten it. But I'm concerned for two reasons. I just think it's not appropriate for taxpayers, only a certain percentage of them happen to identify as LGBTQ. Only a certain percentage of them think the city's role with their tax dollars is non-essential items like spending $4,000 to paint crosswalks with rainbow colors rather than yellow and white, which frankly would, for safety purposes, probably be more effectual than the rainbow colors, which have already faded anyway. But I'm just concerned because of the manner in which this was done. And I feel bad both for you and for Clear Space Theater, who spent time filling out this grant application before the board was notified. I also am concerned, now I know you're a new administration at camp, new executive leadership there, but as recently as March of 2024, a former camp health and wellness director was indicted for embezzling almost $200,000 of camp funds, and he was sentenced to be, I believe, incarcerated for 2 years at a high security prison, like level 5 prison. When I read that, I thought, oh, maybe that's like home detention with an ankle bracelet. Not at all. Level 5 is the highest security level of that a prison can be. So I worry that we're handing money to an organization which in the recent past has had some troubling financial activity, and that the city should not have asked us to add additional taxpayer dependence in an era when taxpayers are being asked to fund a lot of things that are more essential. So I hope some of you will give pause and put this, mothball this because of the optics to taxpayers who are not enthusiastic about 75,000 at the end of the day on the margin will cause the budget to rise even more, and it's already risen by double digits in the last 2 years.
Thank you, Suzanne. First of all, I want to start off by saying a couple of your preface mischaracterizes things, which is something you do a little too much of. I would like to say that that in terms of the embezzlement you alluded to, I don't look at that. It doesn't sway me one way or the other on this. I've owned companies for decades, and I've been embezzled. And I don't think it certainly did me harm, but I don't think it should make me look like a bad person for something somebody else did. In terms of, let's go to the commissioners. Is there anybody else that wants to say anything before I go to the public? Commissioner Saunders?
I just want to say thank you to Camp Rehoboth for all they've done. Since I've lived here 20-something years now, one of the first places I stopped when I came to town was Camp Rehoboth. We continue to go there. My husband goes there on a monthly basis for a support group that he's a member of. They've contributed to the community for years. I can never remember a day when they didn't contribute to the community, and this is the first time they've asked for anything back. Not only that, if anybody's been around in September when they have their big, formerly known as Sundance, and I'm always going to call it Sundance, the traffic that comes in, I swear that there must be $20,000 in meters that are paid that night. So I think they've contributed not just in their spirit, but also financially, and I thank them for it, and I'm ready to vote for them. So.
Anybody else up here? Oh, yeah. Public's next. Commissioner,
Thank you,
City
Mayor.
Manager.
I wanted to provide a little bit of background on our journey through the Municipal Equality Index that we went through with Director Kim Lacey and your communications manager, Maddie, and they were great to work with. Ultimately, when I came to the city, that was one of the things that I was tasked with. We weren't able to make it in 2024, but we were able to get there last year. And what that means is we actually entered into an MOU with Camp Rehoboth to essentially take credit of all of the offerings that they provide for free. And that was very nice of them to allow us to do that. But it allowed us to score high in a bunch of different categories, like providing services to support LGBTQ plus youth, providing services to those experiencing homelessness, the older adult category, testing, and much, much more. But that's essentially how we were able to actually get a score of 108, but they only allow you to take credit for 100. So we did overachieve, and now we're on a list on the Human Rights website of 100 cities. So you can go on there and see all the cities that score 100, and we are the only one in Delaware. So I just wanted to give that perspective.
Thank you. And I'd like to go back 1 minute and just say I have been very supportive of Camp Rehoboth for the 28 years I've been here. And they've been in my backyard had been until I moved recently, been in my backyard. I just want to make sure you understand that through my response, I have zero comfort in hearing Suzanne's comments about this. Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Commissioner Gossip?
Thank you. Just another thing, you sort of lightly touched on it, but I just want to highlight more so that it's probably been 15, 18 years now that the Camp Rehoboth has sponsored meetings with the police department. Now, it grew from Rehoboth Beach up to many other communities, which, when I first attended those, there was discussion of, well, what are gay people? What are these, And over the years, I've attended these sessions, and the question was that Steve Elkins, who was one of the founding directors, would ask the question, does anybody know any gay people? And the officers would probably respond, no. 3 or 4 years later, same question was asked, a few hands would go up. A few years later, same question was asked, and they said, well, my sister or my brother. Most recently, there's been aspects in other departments that we actually have gay and lesbian individuals serving on the force. So just that education process that takes place over those years, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of energy and commitment, both on the city's part and on Camp Rehoboth's part to make this happen. And it has a very positive effect, not that Camp Rehoboth creating a more positive place here. It is so important to have these individuals in town helping our social aspect of the city, of who we are, the majority of tourists that we attract, and we are very attractive in the gay and lesbian community throughout the nation. And Camp Rehoboth has been very responsible for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, we'll go to the members of the public. Was there anybody who would like to speak? We got Jeffrey, Sandra, and Frank. Jeff, you're Jeffrey, aren't you? Yeah.
Okay, yes, I'm Jeffrey Good, resident. I wish you guys were as compassionate. It was really nice. You're all extremely supportive of this group, which is great. I wish you were as compassionate about saving taxpayers' money, which you're not. I noticed that when just a year and a half ago, we had about a $38 million budget. Now we're getting close to 50. That's a big increase. This group, I agree, it's been great for Rehoboth, but they didn't need our help all these years. Why all of a sudden now? I know the answer is because you asked them to apply for it. And I would say they're doing great. Let them keep doing. The people who support them, let them give them more money. I don't think we could have every little group. We can have women's groups, religious groups, Muslim groups, Jewish groups. There'll be no end to it. And there has to be some sort of end when you have taxpayers. I mean, in 2024, I believe you increased the property tax. We're increasing fees. We give more money now than they were even asked for, and you didn't ask the public's opinion on increasing to the group just before us. I think enough is enough, and I don't think we should be spending more money than we have to. And this is a luxury. To give them $75,000 is a luxury because they'll be here, they'll do great without your help. They don't need your help. And I don't think they should get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Sandra? State your name in relationship to the city. Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you for hearing me. My name is Sandra Skidmore. I'm not a city resident. However, as you've heard me testify before, I live right over the bridge. I think I'm in a unique position to talk about Camp Rehoboth in that I'm one of the Founders Circle members from this organization. I was around 35 years ago when it was a tiny little office back in a corner with 2 people and a part-timer trying to make it work. And the tremendous strides that have been made in that time, not just within the city of Rehoboth, but in changing people's mindsets about the LGBTQ community. I'd stand on the front porch of the Blue Moon and had beer bottles thrown at me and slurs yelled years and years ago. That doesn't really happen anymore because of the type of education and the work that Camp Rehoboth has put in. And frankly, I'm a little hot under the collar to hear them described as a luxury. The voters and the taxpayers that you're talking about, many of them are members of Camp Rehoboth, and they live in this community, and they bring money to this community. You've got a wonderful women's event that's getting ready to happen. I was there when that first started, 10, 15 years ago, and it was I don't want to know how old I am. That was a few women that had an idea, and now it's a week-long festivity that is selling out the hotels and bringing revenue here. So with that said, the need is still there. Support is still needed, particularly in these times when government funding is being cut, particularly for programs and things like this. I've had my differences with camp, but this is a very, very necessary thing, and I see it as an investment in what's going on in this community and not a luxury. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Frank?
I'm Frank Gaynor, full-time resident on Hanlopen Avenue, and we also have a rental condo on Maryland. I appreciate you all voting to support the 5 organizations that come before you today. I've contributed to all 5, continue to contribute, and I volunteer for 3 of them. I do want to share that Camp Rehoboth this past year started a new group for gay veterans, and it's really taken off. And that's a group that was traumatized by our federal government under Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And camp gave them a home, a chance to share. And also, I have to say, I'm annoyed that the crosswalks were criticized. Our little nieces, grandnieces, and nephews love those little crosswalks. And we make sure they walk over it every summer that they come. And so I hope that those continue. And those types of things matter. And I would appreciate you also supporting Camp Rehoboth as you did the other 4 groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Anybody else? If not, we'll bring it up here. Are there any further comments, or else I would entertain a motion?
I'll make the motion, if nobody else is.
Okay.
I make a motion that we contribute $75,000 to Camp Rehoboth as part of our budget for the coming year.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Mark Saunders and a second by Commissioner Chris Galani to award Camp Rehoboth $75,000 in grant. Is there any further discussion? If not, Commissioner Thier?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Commissioner Galante?
Yes.
Commissioner Good?
No.
Commissioner Saunders?
Yes.
And have I got no, Commissioner Gossett?
Yes.
And the chair votes aye, and the motion's carried 6-1. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Now we're going to be moving on to budget talks. So now's your chance to skedaddle while if you want to.
Before we change our minds.
Mark, are you going to do the narrative? And are you going to introduce that it not be the salary?
I got the
All right, so I think next we'll focus on the schedule of fees and then move to benefits or any other questions, comments, concerns after we talk schedule of fees, if that sounds good to everyone. And Corey is going to actually come up and go over the building permit extensions again related to building and licensing. And then the actual schedule of fees has not changed since the last meeting, so ultimately that would come to you with the budget adoption at the next meeting, unless you have other changes to that as well. So.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I wanted to be, I'll try to make this as brief as I can and go over this. I did not get to the other sections that I discussed at the last meeting, which involved business applications, board and commission applications, and the other items and do-outs that related to parking permits. Staff would like a bit more time to research those before we bring back additional recommendations for those activities. But this one here with the building permit extensions, I'll just go over some of the top items that were addressed at the last meeting, just to jog everyone's memory and why we made the changes that you see today. So at the last budget hearing, there were some questions about compounding penalties. There was a concern about looking at those permits that essentially fell through the cracks. There was other comments about what about extraordinary circumstances. There was a concern about if the city manager would have a possible override to these. Others, another concern was that commercial permits could take longer. And there was a question posed about permit expiration reminders. So with that, I'll go through the residential ones first, is what you see on the screen. This one is revised. The one that was presented at the last meeting showed 3 and 4, but that did not capture accurately certain sections of our Chapter 102 where the city went and amended portions of our adopted building code. So it's actually capped at only 2 permit extensions, and if we were to change this section, it would require an ordinance. We can certainly do that. It would not be involving the zoning section, but that would require an ordinance change. So what you see on the screen right now, apart from the 25% versus 50% original permit fee, beyond 2 is stemming not from a recommendation from staff, but from sections 102-46 for residential and 102-3 for commercial, which makes the same case for those. But with this one in that language shown, you'll see the first extension would require, again, going for the deterrence, 25% of the original permit fee. So if, on a simple example, a new home build is $1 million for the valuation of the project, residential permit is 2% of that, so that's 20% building permit fee. So looking at an extension of the first 180 days, 25% would be a $5,000 penalty. If it went beyond that, we're talking 18 months to 2 years, that would be an additional 50%, and that would be paid separately. So that a $5,000 would be for the first one, and a second one would be for $10,000 in that hypothetical situation. Beyond 2, commissioner review for good cause, and this is staying with the original 75% per approved extension. We added an extraordinary circumstances adjustment. This would be a one-time administrative adjustment of an extension tier upon documented qualifying event. And underneath here in italicized, extraordinary circumstance adjustment may be granted once per permit for documented catastrophic events beyond the applicant's control. And we would take that as a case by case, but that does give that exception for that concern from the previous meeting. As far as the compounding issue, how would these be treated? This expired permanent enforcement, just you can see here the status at time of discovery. So if there are smaller permits, and I'll talk about the notifications afterwards and what we'd like to do with that. But if the building and licensing team discovers that a permit has been expired for equal to or less than 180 days, there could be an administrative reinstatement. They would pay the cumulative missed extension tier. If it was, in this case, it would just be the 25%. As if it's beyond 180 days or there's evidence of abandonment of the project, the permit would be deemed void, they would reapply, and a new permit fee would be required. Before I go into the commercial, I will say the notification is something that we are considering, but it's part of a larger scope for the city under Tyler Notify. And so that's going to have intersections with not just building permits, but many other things in the city, and that we'll be working with other departments on to bring about, but it would have some interface with the building permits.
Mayor, if I could, maybe I could ask some questions on this piece first.
Yeah, Commissioner Thayer, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Few questions. So the commissioner review for good cause, I'm assuming you mean us up here?
Correct.
Okay. I thought I heard you say the policy said a max of 2 extensions. So I'm kind of thinking technically this is a 3rd extension. So are we also changing the code?
That might have been a miscommunication on my part. The section that this is coming from, 102-46, is essentially amending the administrative section of our residential code and then also our commercial building code, where we allow the building department to issue up to 2 extensions, and anything beyond that would require commissioner approval for good cause.
So the code says anything beyond that commissioner approval. Okay, all right. I'm not a big fan of commissioner approval. I kind of don't feel like that's something we should be doing. I feel like that's something you should be doing or the city manager should be doing. But I understand what the code says. I'm not suggesting we should change the code, but I'd probably have to think about that a little bit.
Can I jump in there? Because I just want to echo that. That was one of my comments. 2 places in here it mentions commissioner review. And I'm hesitant to put us in that position, I guess, right now. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and just adding on what the mayor said, I think there's the whole logistics of doing that, right? I mean, I love spending time with my friends up here, but, you know. I see 3 reasons I want to go back to the extensions of 180 days, because I'm kind of getting in my head that it should be 90 days, not 180 days. I see 3 reasons why we're doing this, or at least considering doing this. One is, you know, there's the inconvenience to neighbors of construction projects that go on for a long time, right? So we want to get them done in a reasonable amount of time. And I think that is absolutely a great reason to do it. I think it's a very reasonable reason to do it. The second is cost, right? The direct cost to the city. Your team somebody's got to manage these things, right? And then the third is what I would refer to as lost fees. One of the things that we don't have, I'd say lost fees. So and let me be specific. So lost permit fees. One of the things that doesn't occur here is we don't go back and check to see if what they actually built aligns with what the permit application said they were going to do. So, for example, using your example, or I'll use my example, if you're going to build $1 million house, 2% fee, you pay $20,000, okay? Nobody goes back after the fact to say, oh, they had a bunch of change orders, right? Instead of $1 million, it was $1.5 million. They really owe us another $10,000 in permit fees. So I think that's something that probably needs to get addressed. The second, but really where I was going is I do believe, and again, it's my belief, again, what I think and what I know. I don't know this, but I think that some of these permits are just held open because people are going through change orders. And, back to what I was saying, the city's losing permit fees because they put in an application for, say, $1 million, and then they spend $1.5 million doing their house, and the city loses out on $10,000. So that one in particular, I come back to 90-day extensions. Look, a 90-day extension is 3 months. So if we give them a year, the first extension gets them to 15 months. 180 days gets them 1.5 years, right? Second extension gets them 2 years. I think that's, unreasonable to allow people 2 years to essentially complete a house. So I would, my position is I'd be 90 days. I'd like to see get rid of the whole commissioner thing for some of the reasons that we discussed here, and then stick with the 90 days. And at some point in time, it doesn't have to be part of this, but I think we need to be thinking about a process to, after the fact, reviewing, right? They applied to do X, did they do X or did they do Y?
Let me respond again, if I can interject. I hear you, and I know there's good reasons to try to limit the duration of construction. I think I brought it up last time that I built my own house, and it probably took me 4 times longer than a real builder. And I don't know how you can control something like that. The other example is the lady that caused us to look at the trailer thing. You know, she is one lady building her house, and she's taken years to do it. So again, I don't know the logistics of telling people they have to finish within so many days. I'm just, maybe there are, but let's just keep it in mind.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Commissioner Galante?
So first I want to start by getting a little more clarity on what you mean by extraordinary circumstances and what would be considered a documented catastrophic event. Can you give some examples, and can we get more of a definition on what exactly would qualify?
Sure, that's under our non-conforming section of code. In town, as far as zoning goes, if you have a legal, like a grandfathered structure, existing legal non-conforming, you're allowed to remove up to 49.9% of it. The only caveat to that, and still rebuild it or make repairs. If you remove more than half, then the whole structure has to come into compliance. But there's a caveat to that in that non-conforming section of code that this is kind of piggybacking on, which is that we call it in our non-conforming section an act of God, but it's really it's a weather event. It could be something like happened with COVID, something that is really beyond the contractor's scope. It's not an intentional choice that they made or that the homeowner made as far as selections go, or that they just didn't schedule properly, but it would be something out of their control that we could look at.
I think it would be wise for us to be really clear on the categories of catastrophic events that would be exemptions from these fees for extensions. I also want to go back to the conversation around the periods for the extension. I am of the opinion that there's a lot of burden on taxpayers here in this city. And if they are paying a 2% fee on $1 million renovation, $20,000, and there are circumstances that lead to them needing an extension, I don't think we should be limiting their ability to remedy or to complete their renovation in 90 days. I am comfortable with how you have it written here. I just want greater clarity on what would qualify. So I would advocate for keeping it the way it is.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
Yeah, thank you, Corey, and I hope I was the one who raised the issue of the supply chain problems that occurred, I believe, in 2021 especially, and serious labor shortages for the trades around the same time. But yeah, we want this to be very unusual circumstances, and I know that's a little difficult and it's subjective. But yeah, I don't want this to be the default at all. And I like the way you've, set it forth. I am concerned, along with Commissioner Thier, because none of us have construction background, of which I'm aware anyway, that, we would not necessarily be the best, to make it, to make decisions as to whether this is a legitimate major, calamity that this contractor is facing, or whether they're just sort of dragging their feet. Because we did hear from citizens like Ms. Diefendorfer, it is true, yes, it's often, in many cases, one developer might have taken on too many projects than he or she can handle. Therefore, that means each project takes longer than it should, and so it's a complicated issue that you're facing. So, but I appreciate your giving us the option, maybe not the whole commission, but maybe, I don't know, a committee that thinks it has more construction knowledge than some of the others up here. I don't know. To help the building and license.
I think you're funny, Suzanne. I just said that I built my house, and then your follow-up comment is nobody up here is a builder.
Oh, I apologize. I forgot. And you were in the sign business as well. I wasn't aware that you were in the construction business. I was aware that you, at one point, were in
Okay.
the sign business. I'm sorry.
Right.
So you'd be a perfect candidate to serve on this, maybe subset of us who try to evaluate whether the applicant really faces a hardship and needs, extra time.
Who's next? Commissioner Stewart?
I have two comments. Can the definition just be force majeure, which has a legal meaning, which would seem to apply in here, and that?
Yes, I think I was about to say that
Okay.
The point of this, the point of having the fees and penalties out is that we would then review the fees. We would review the amount, not the code issues, not the words, not anything else. That is a policy discussion that will be separate and apart. So if we could focus on the amounts, I think that would be very helpful to the cause of this document.
Commissioner?
I just have a curious question. I know this is primarily residential, but on our commercial side, what do we do in the situation, for instance, in Bellhaven, where we know it's going to be more than a year?
I will address that on page 2, Commissioner.
Oh, we're getting to it then.
You're
Okay, I'm
getting-
sorry.
you're getting
I'm
ahead.
ahead. I apologize.
Commissioner Gossett?
Based on that question, Corey, could you give us an estimate of how frequently this occurs? If we have, 1,000 building permits issued, is there 100, 50, 2, 5,000? I'm just curious, how much do you feel that this would be applicable?
It's difficult right now with Munis extracting that data. We've got to try to parse out there's several different reports that we can run to generate these numbers. And one of them generates all of the applications, but the other one generates permits. But the issue right now is that one application will have multiple permits underneath of it. And so you have to cross-reference them, and right now, the only way to do that I know of is extracting 2 different Excel spreadsheets. So I'm going to be working more with IT to get better information that we have from our munis. But to anecdotally answer that, it's not the large projects that fall through the cracks, it's all of the small ones. The HVAC repairs, if there's a small interior job that is less than $10,000, it only ever required a final inspection. Those tend to fall through the cracks. About 1.5 to 2 years ago, we started as a department looking at everything, taking all of those aged permits and reaching out to everyone one by one to at least get confirmation that the owner and or tenant or whoever it was who was the permit holder, property owner, that the work was completed, that they were satisfied with the work. Some of these permits had been left open for years, and they were still open. So we've closed out the majority of them, but at a future meeting, I'll bring back hard numbers.
And was there any consideration given to the amount of the permit? You mentioned HVAC or something. I think the comments that we've heard from the public is that it's taken so long and it's a year building this house or it's et cetera. So was there any consideration to the type of permit that this would apply to, in the sense of if it's, major construction, I don't know how you define that, but would be, and a negative impact on the neighborhood or that aspect? Is that a consideration that would also be looked at?
We could. Right now, we have Tyler Munis system allows us to have certain application types, and then within those application types, certain permit types. But the general vocabulary in building terms is new construction, and then when it's existing, you have additions, alterations, or repairs. Now, alterations can live in categories 1, 2, or 3, but that's not encapsulated in Munis. So what we've done in the past is try to go any permits that either new home builds or repairs / alterations / renovations / additions that were $250,000 or more. And that could give us at least a ballpark figure as far as the scope of the size, while some can be misleading because some projects cost a lot of money depending on the materials. Finished materials may cost a lot, and it may not accurately represent the level of work that was done in terms of, and the size of an addition or rough framing. But it's the best indicator that we've been able to find so far is using pricing.
I would agree with Commissioner Thier about eliminating this beyond two with the commissioner in spec. That just bogs it down further. And I think looking at it realistically, if we were to set a dollar amount on the permit, because again, I think what this really does is has an impact on the neighborhood. So if it is an HVAC repair, typically those don't take more than 30, 60 days, depending on availability. But if you got a plumbing permit or renovation permit, you're putting on a new roof, you're putting on a new deck, new siding, new windows, that type of thing. I think those have an impact on the neighborhood and the neighbors, delivering of materials, dumpsters on the streets, all that type of thing. And maybe that aspect, I don't know how best to define it, but I think that would be a better impact aspect on the neighborhood than it would be, all permits kind of thing.
We can certainly consider that.
Corey, I'd like to turn to our city solicitor to help us out here. Are we focusing on policy, or are we focusing on the fees?
Corey's doing a great job of trying to get through his document, but the point being is that the idea of putting fees and penalties in one section of the code is that we would address on an annual basis the fees to determine whether or not they meet the need. This is our first attempt at this, and so certainly there are questions, but I would like Corey to be able to get to the fee section, the discussion of why, for example, we said 50% of the original fee, or why we're focused on the fee section, not the policy.
Sure. If there's no other questions on the residential side, I'll move to the commercial. But the takeaway from this, where it originated from, was deterrence. And that's why we have this. If there is policy questions and that we can address through policy, we'll do that. Just to be clear, though, the 180 days and the commissioner review for good cause would both require an ordinance for those to be amended. With that, the commercial model here. This is, again, consistent with, it's the same section for the IBC for Commercial Code and our City Code 102-3. They're modeled near identical, word for word, with those amendments to the Commercial Building Code versus the residential. For standard projects not demonstrating multi-year construction, we would hold the penalties for the permit extensions or the fees to be the same standard as the residential. For large projects, this would be projects demonstrating multi-year construction. This would be, the project classification here would be something equal to or greater than 50,000 square feet in size. That would be FAR, floor area ratio, with approved multi-year construction schedule. I'll get a little bit more into this here. The initial validity period would be established by the building official based on the approved construction schedule. And under the conditions, not to exceed 36 months, so the work must remain continuous and not suspended or abandoned for 180 days. So what that essentially means is it gives the building department the ability to, and the authority to allow for a very large construction project, such as one of our mixed-use or new hotels, that presents when it comes in for the building permit with a staged and multi-year plan that would have its own deliverables. That's what the city would want to see. And the building official would be, based on that approved construction schedule, permit the building permit to last for more than 1 year, but not more than 3 years. And a little bit more about that, the permit validity structure. The initial period would be established by the building official based on the approved construction schedule, which could exceed 12 months, not to exceed 3 years. Continuous work would be required, so the permit would have to remain valid so long as the work wouldn't be suspended or abandoned for 180 days or more. Any delay beyond the approved schedule would be subject to the extension structure. So if the permit was, let's say, valid for 2 years, they needed to go beyond, then we'd be right back to the permit extension that we were in the residential section. The commissioner review beyond 2, that again comes from our code. And then extraordinary circumstances, similar to the italicized font from the residential. One-time documented administrative adjustment permitted, but that does not extend beyond the 36-month cap without the commissioner review. Similarly, for the expired permit enforcement for commercials, if we catch it, if we discover it with 180 days or less after it's been approved, then we can administratively reinstate it, and they would pay the extension tier for that. And if we catch it more than 180 days out, 9 months, 10 months out, they would need to reapply and a new permit fee would be required. That ends that's the real caveat for the commercial side for large-scale projects.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Any further questions of the commissioners? Go.
If I may, thank you.
Commissioner Gossett, go ahead.
Thank you. We refer to permit here. Is this track, if you will, for a demo, foundation, building, are all of those considered separate permits that these would track back to the permit, or is there just one general permit issued?
This is geared just for one general permit.
Okay.
I have my own opinions on when large projects should be phased or not. But if a large project came in with a demolition permit, which they would have to, that would be treated as one. That wouldn't take 3 years. If then that project came in with just a supportive excavation, dewatering foundation permit, and that alone, that would be a phased 1A permit. That would not require 3 years. But if just said contractor came in for foundation, core and shell, and all mechanical, plumbing, electrical, everything until we got to essentially tenant fit-outs and permits of compliance for restaurants and what have you, that they showed us a schedule that could be done through this fee schedule.
Any questions? Pause a minute. Are there any questions of members of the public? Are you following this? Very good. Thank you, Corey. Continue if you like.
This is all I have. As I stated in the beginning, I understand that we had discussed the prior meeting, permit of compliance applications, as well as business licenses and how they interface with parking permits, but due to the discussions that were held and also the time that we want to take a closer look at how we equitably treat all applications for board and commissions reviews, not just permits of compliance, we'll need a bit more time to look at that before we come back with a meaningful recommendation, revised.
All right. Thank you, Corey.
So ultimately, the schedule of fees and penalties that was presented by Evan at the last meeting, he worked really hard on that for over a year, I believe. We will bring that back for you at the next meeting and can discuss more about that then. I would like to see us try to move forward with some of those changes, but if not, we could always do that at a later date. The budget is not dependent on any fee increases. It really just would be, it's not about the revenue, it's just about the equity, so.
So we are going to put this on specific for the next agenda. Give us time, because I'd like to spend a few time on just a few items there for clarification. Also, just to share ahead of time, I've been looking at the increase in fees that are suggested by staff, and I understand that the methodology for changing the fees was basically to keep up with our costs. So they all seem reasonable to me, exactly as they're presented. Where I'm holding back a little bit is that on any of the fees that are more than $100, for instance, trying to set a threshold that maybe go with everything up to $100, and then the next council next year can decide whether they want to go higher or not. Because you've got the real estate agents that I think their fees going up $390 or something like that.
The document that he's referring to was in the last budget meeting's packet. It didn't make it in this packet.
I understand that. Mayor, I thought you prefaced your comments by saying we were going to discuss that at a later meeting, and that was echoed by the city manager, and then you opened discussion on it. I would hope that we get to discuss it fully when you bring it back.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But again, I believe I have merit in at least expressing my thoughts so that the commissioners can choose to contemplate more for next time or not.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
Would you or Mr. Tedder please clarify, aren't a large proportion of these fees paid at some point to be effective January 1st through December 31st? So we're talking about the calendar year 2027 where the revenue would actually change. Would you explain that, please?
Right, so if any fees, depending on when you wanted them to become effective, yes, if certain fees went up, then yes, our revenue would come in over budget on most line items, I would assume. Ultimately, the only thing that we looked at for this budget were the building permit fees for some of the larger hotels that are going to start coming in, but we didn't budget any of these increases in this budget because we weren't sure.
The budget season isn't aligned all that well with the fact that if you want to raise fees, which mostly take effect January 1st, it's almost moot now for immediate revenue generation. It's not going to help us till for another 10 months. Thanks for that clarification. And yes, and we'll look toward this discussion of that in the regular meeting or the budget meeting on March 20th.
March 20th.
The meetings have been merged as well, okay. But it's part of the budget discussion, or is it more part of the, the new business or, old business?
Part of the budget discussion.
Okay.
Yeah. So I do have our finance director and HR director here to talk more about some issues that have been raised by some of the commissioners. So Jean, if you would like to provide an overview of our merit pay system in this budget, we budgeted a 2% COLA and a 2% merit pool, which means employees could receive between 0 and 3%, depending on their performance from the prior year for meritorious service, and that's added to their base salary, but I'll not take your thunder. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to start with, there was a little question about why we budgeted this way, confusion over what happened last year. Just so everybody's clear, last year it was voted that merits would be part of salary. So that is why we budgeted it again as part of salary, because there was no other direction since March 10th last year when that was voted on. So our COLA is 2%. Our average merit increase is 1.75%. So that gives us an average increase this year of 3.75%. Just in a little comparison of the information I could get before this meeting, Dewey Beach has approved their budget. They're a 3% increase. Lewis is doing their budget. It's 3% increase with a up to 2% based on performance. Seaford is working on their budget, 3% with up to 2% performance. And Millsboro is going to do the consumer percentage, or they base off of that, which is right now 2.4%, but I don't know what it'll be when they actually vote on it, plus 1% for performance. So our average increase of 3.75% keeps us competitive with those around us. If we only do the 2% COLA increase and we do a bonus for the rest of it, we will drop behind the other surrounding communities just based off the information I could get right now.
Mr. Mayor, could we
No,
back up a
no,
little bit
let-
on this as to whether those other towns aren't adding it to the base salary, though, from what I'm seeing?
Yeah, they're not bonuses. Those are their salary increases.
The COLA's added to the base salary, but the merit is not. Are you agreeing with that?
These are salary increases. The total amount is a salary increase for these towns. So our.
Wait a minute.
Well,
Commissioner,
there's a
Commissioner
difference.
Good, I want to tell you that you did not have the floor, and I wish you would please
I asked
pay more
for it. I
attention. No, but
apologize
you
if you
need to
didn't-
wait for it. I'm sorry, Jean, go ahead.
So I just wanted, so by combining the two as part of salary, we're at a 3.75%. That'll keep us competitive. Our last compensation study that we did in '23 to affect the salaries in '24 fiscal year '25, we had to do significant increases to catch back up to the market. Our next merit increase, which we're required by charter to do every 5 years, we will do the research in '28 to go in effect in '29 or fiscal year '30. So if we keep them continuing through our next compensation study at a bare minimum, we should keep up to the market. I think if you make any changes, it shouldn't be before we get to our next compensation study, because this was all planned as part of our compensation study to move us forward. That would be my recommendation, is if you want to revisit this, revisit it when we do a compensation study. Because if we're ahead of the market or behind the market, that's when we'll make adjustments. Just for some reference, I went out to fiscal year '30. Now, we'll have a compensation study before then. The savings in fiscal year '30 by giving bonuses and not doing merits is $139,000 total for that year that we would save that year. For the next year, it's only $71,000 that we'll save.
Thank you. Questions?
FY '30, yeah.
31.
No, this is FY '30.
Okay, but the 71,
71 was for FY '28.
28, thank you.
Commissioner Stewart?
Jean, I have a question regarding these other communities, and so that's all salary increases. That makes perfect sense, because that's a merit increase as opposed to a bonus.
Yeah.
What do these other entities do with regard, are bonuses offered on top of that?
Bonuses have never come up in a conversation between me and other HR people
Okay.
when we're talking about salaries.
Okay.
And I think that in our research, bonuses are generally found in the private sector versus the public sector, simply because as you generate a bonus, the goal would be that the bonus is then split amongst the collective, so that the entity is working towards a goal. The question that was raised in our conversations was, for example, if we are seeking to provide a bonus and parking revenue was up, would that distinguish the ability for a bonus? That isn't something that ever really comes up in the private sector. Hence, most other municipalities, the federal government, the state government, all function in this manner, where the salary increases your salary.
Mr. Mayor.
That's why I called a salary increase.
Did you have?
I completely understand, and I thank you. I don't know how this ever got conflated, really. It's just definitionally different.
Well, Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner, let me call on you. Commissioner Good?
we have a couple problems. Well, there are two different categories. There's a merit increase, which is added to the salary, which apparently the city has decided is appropriate. And there's a merit bonus, which is a one-time payment and doesn't change the salary. And I do not believe, based on what I've seen, that merit increase is the standard in municipalities. Now, you've convinced yourself it is, but we would have needed to be given the research. Like we have, we don't have enough in front of us. The problem is that salaries in this city are escalating way above the inflation rate with this practice of going to merit increases, which are added to the base salary, rather than the norm, which is merit bonuses, which are a great thing. And I don't think there's no problem if Ms. Lee divides the assigned merit bonus in 12. If, you know, there was concern a year ago that employees prefer it every month to, you know, to have the money spread out, so I guess they don't blow it all in April or whatever the thinking was. But that means it's always an option to pay it out in, you know, incrementally over 12 months. My issue is that because of the way the budget's been handled, I believe it's been propped up by $5.5 million divided into parts of $3 million and $2.5 million to pretend we have a balanced budget. The federal government doesn't pretend to have a balanced budget when it has like trillions in debt, and we have over 60 million in debt. It's a similar situation. So I feel that we're just being too profligate with salary increases. We have great employees. We're very competitive. Our salaries are much higher than many surrounding towns, far higher than Lewis and Dewey Beach. So we have the employees and the employee committee telling us one thing, that somehow there's this pressure to be competitive, and I'm not seeing that. We have low attrition in the entire administration. We have, higher turnover in some of the, some of the lower pay grades, but there should at least be an attempt to stop this endless spending. For example, maybe a compromise of those, we had a $60,000 threshold last year. Those earning $60,000 or less would get a merit increase that is added to their base salary. But those earning more, it would be the normal merit bonus, which doesn't keep compounding. The minute you keep increasing base salaries, everything, including matching 401A, including, which gets me to another topic, the family paid leave. Ms. Lee gave us lower figures on March 9th than the city's actually spending on that. Everything, for family leave, paid leave alone, anyone earning $200,000 or more in this city are at least $2,000 for that employee alone that the city pays for this family leave insurance, which the state of Delaware suggested be 50-50 split. It's like out of control that we always seem to go with more taxpayer money. I feel we're disregarding we're not respecting taxpayers, including with this recent idea that again was run by only a few commissioners at the February 20th meeting. It was clear to me that Mr. Tedder had gotten the consent of several commissioners to go to a director role for a communications manager who supervises exactly one part-time employee, and bumping her pay from $75,000 to $121,000, plus adding a $3,600 tax-free car allowance. I don't know whether you think taxpayers are an endless resource, but it sure looks that way. And as a taxpayer myself in this city, I don't feel we're showing some fiscal restraint to taxpayers who were just subjected this past September 30th, 2025, to over 200% run up in their Sussex County property taxes. It just makes no sense.
Commissioner, take a breath. But before we go further, I want to make note of your inappropriate snide comment to Jean Lee. With that, did you?
I don't know what you're referencing.
Well, I know. You don't listen to yourself.
He did get wrong data.
You don't listen to yourself.
We need to get the new data for the family.
You don't have the floor anymore right now.
Because the 26,000 was not the correct
figure. You don't have the floor right now.
Forgive me, I just wanted to point out that the charter provisions, which I think I want to make sure we're all clear on, give the city manager authority over personnel matters, and that would include salaries, that would include participating in hiring and firing and things like that. And so merit raises or performance-based increases fall very squarely into the role of the city manager as the chief administrative officer of the city. And I would just simply urge you, Commissioner Good, to be very mindful of the charter provisions, and so that the Board of Commissioners does not overstep their authority and allows the city manager, as should be the case, to determine the compensation for individuals and the manner in which it's conducted.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor, may I have the floor?
Commissioner Good?
The problem lies therein. We are here to provide oversight. Every decision Mr. Tedder makes with personnel, including his decision apparently in early 2025 to have the city cover 100% of this newly mandated Paid Leave Act in Delaware, when the Delaware Department of Labor is even saying it should be 50-50 shared between employers and employees. There's no way that a lot of employers, including city governments which value their taxpayers a little bit, would have bought into this program very easily, because it's a 1% tax. We're talking over $2,000 a year for some of the highest administrators in the city that taxpayers are funding. For the lower paid people, it's not as big a deal. So I would like to compromise on some of these things, including with the merit bonuses that have been apparently under Mr. Tedder and by a vote last March added to the base salary. It's part of the reason our budget is out of control. So I know that two commissioners were worried about the way the merit bonuses were being added to the base salary, which keeps escalating salaries, and I hope you'll speak up.
Thank you, Suzanne. Now, Commissioner Stewart?
Yes, I have a comment, and I want to apologize to Ms. Lee for the attack on your professional integrity and your expertise, and I would say the same with our city solicitor. I trust you as an HR professional, that you know your business, and that you're giving it to us truthfully and honestly, and I thank you for that, and I'm sorry you have to be subjected to this.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Thayer?
Okay, I'm going to move on to a different topic. Microphone. People probably want to hear. Okay, so I'm on page 2 of the budget worksheet. I'm looking at the 2028 projected budget. Let's start by focusing on the general fund. If I'm reading this correctly, and that's my question to you, is it looks like we're going to have a deficit next year just in the general fund of about $4.6 million. Is that correct?
This is correct, but you also have to align it with capital projection for the next 5 years.
And I'm sorry, can you restate that?
So yes, we are showing deficit, but however, this deficit is not on operational side, it is on the capital project side.
Okay, but it doesn't matter, right? I mean, a deficit's a deficit, right? If we want to run a $4.6 million deficit, and again, this is my next confirming question, is that the way you're going to fund that deficit is through our fund balance?
Correct.
Okay, so just to be clear here, because a lot of times, I know a lot about finance, and sometimes when I say things, people don't follow what I'm describing. So just to be clear, next year, and again, I'm talking general fund, so to be very specific, that's the general operating fund, right? So that's the day-to-day activities, what we pay to fund the day-to-day activities here, right? So it doesn't include water, and it doesn't include wastewater, right? So it includes streets and administration and police and so on, right? So it's general operating fund. We're going to run a $4.6 million deficit, and the way we're going to fund that deficit is we're going to go to our balance sheet, and when I say the balance sheet, we're going to go to our what someone would refer to as a savings account and take $4.6 million out of savings to fund that deficit. Is that a fair description?
More likely if we don't change capital projection for the next fiscal year. So what I'm saying about operational surplus, it is correct. Operationally, we operating on a surplus. If you look at the capital projection for the next 5 years, we are at $5 million in general fund for capital projects. We are down to 5.1 million in capital projects.
I understand
in
that,
general fund.
but, you know, again, these numbers are very important. You know, a year ago when I came in here, a year and a half ago when I came in here, we didn't do a financial planning process. We kind of did a budget process, but we really didn't do a budget process. We always missed our budgets. You know, some years we had mass surplus. 2 years ago, the finance director came in here and said, there's going to be $1 million deficit. So we raised taxes, fees, everything 30%. And then that year we actually had a surplus, right? So we collected a whole bunch of money we didn't need. So when I came in here a year ago, I insisted that we go to really a financial planning process. So we're not just looking at next year's budget, which would be, just be clear, would be the 2027 fiscal year budget. We're also looking at this year's projection. So we're in fiscal year 26. How much money are we going to spend? How much revenue are we going to have? Are we going to have surplus? Are we going to deficit? And then also do multi-year projections. So on this page 2 I'm referring to, we've got 3-year projections. Okay, so again, just be clear, we're going to take $4.6 million out of savings. Then in 2029, if I'm reading this correctly, we're going to have a $4 million deficit. Is that correct?
Correct. And again, it is
Again,
supporting.
I'm gonna cut you off, right? Because the more we talk, the more confusing it gets for everyone. So we're gonna have a $4 million deficit, which again, if I'm reading this correctly, and that's the question, we're gonna go to our savings account. We're gonna take $4 million out of our savings account to cover this deficit.
Fund balance.
Right. Okay. So over the course of the next 2 years, we're gonna reduce our savings account by $9 million.
Correct.
Okay, and that's just your general operating fund. So we're talking, again, we sat here over the course of several meetings. We talk about a budget going from $43 million to $51 million, and we rationalize that or justify that because we've got these huge wastewater treatment projects, okay? But the reality is, you know, when we look at these future forecasts, we've got some significant deficits that are just in the general operating fund. Okay, so let me continue on. If we now incorporate both water and wastewater, what I'm reading is that the water department next year is going to have a surplus of about $200,000. And then the wastewater treatment plant is going to have a deficit of about $3.5 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in addition to $4.6 million we're going to take out of savings, we're going to take another $3.2 million out of savings. So in total next year in our 2028 projection, we're going to take $7.9 million out of savings to cover our deficits.
Correct.
Okay. If I, you know, as I said, so that's 28, 29, water is going to have a surplus of $1.4 million, but wastewater is going to have a deficit of $2 million. So in total that year, we'll have between general operating, water, wastewater, we're going to have a $4.6 million deficit. Again, we'll go to our savings account, we'll take $4.6 million out. So over the next 2 years, we're going to draw $12.5 million out of our savings account. Okay. Last I looked, and again, I don't have the financial statements in front of me. I probably should have gone and grabbed them and looked at them. But I always kind of throw around this number about $45 million plus or minus in surplus. Okay, so we're going to go from $45 million over the next 2 years in savings down to about $32.5 million. And again, I think it's really important as I throw these numbers around, people don't quote me specifically because my numbers are probably slightly off. So just assume it's probably somewhere between, our savings is probably somewhere between 42 and 45 million. We're going to draw down about $12.5 million on that over the next 2 years. That'll get us down to 30. Again, I don't have our fund balance policy in front of me, but my recollection, our fund balance policy is we're supposed to keep about 25 million cash on hand. Okay, so we're supposed to keep about 25 million in our savings account. So we are in the next 2 years going to effectively deplete all of our available savings. So my point in all of this is, you know, I'm going to have a difficult time voting for this year's budget because if I vote for this budget, I'm basically telling you that it's okay to spend $12.5 million out of savings over the next 2 years, and I'm not on board to doing that, right? I need to see probably some cuts in this year, definitely some cuts in next year, and definitely some cuts in '29. I'm not going to say, okay, you know, we've got some large expenses here. I'm not willing to spend some money out of savings. I'm not going to say, you know, I'm going to die on that hill. I might be willing to fund some deficit out of savings, but I'm definitely not going to fund $12.5 million out of savings. What also concerns me, and I got one more point here, is, you know, at the last meeting, we were supposed to get a stormwater master plan, and we did not get a stormwater master plan. So as I look through the capital expenditures, I'm not even confident that the capital expenditures are correct, because we still need to do a stormwater master plan, so we know what projects we have to do, so we know how much money we're going to spend on stormwater management projects. So my point is that I think our capital budget could be light. Okay, so this $12.5 million in deficit that we're talking about, I think that's low. I think it could be $13, $14, $15 million. Because when I look at the capital plan, one of the projects that's not in there that we talked about was dredging the lake. And that was just dredging a small portion of it, which was a couple $100,000. And there were discussions about dredging the whole lake, and well, that was $1 million. But there are other projects, you know, there's probably other projects that we're just not even aware of. So again, you know, we're not voting on this today. We're going to vote on it next time, but where I sit right now, I probably don't vote for this budget. You know, look, if we're not willing to cut within the next couple of years, we're going to be raising taxes, parking, water fees, wastewater fees. So if we don't deal with it now, that's what we're going to be doing in the next couple of years.
Mr. Mayor?
That's all I got.
Commissioner Stewart, and then.
I have a question of Commissioner Thier. Do you have is the fund balance flattered by the money we're getting from Sussex County, North Shores, in terms of those capital projects? Or is it just, you're talking about net outflow, you're talking about gross outflows, not a net number?
So the number I'm talking about, the $12.5 million, is the money that will come from the city of Rehoboth Beach taxpayers. Okay, from
So
the
that's
city of
a
Rehoboth
net
Beach
number.
accounts. That's a net number,
Okay.
correct. That's after we get all the money from you know, whether it's water fees or wastewater fees or wastewater capital fees. That's what we're on the hook for.
Commissioner Good, is there something to advance our discussion here?
I support Commissioner Thier, and of course, a town like ours, if there's a calamity like a hurricane, it's critical that this fund balance not be, you know, basically stolen, because if we lose a whole summer season, you know, that's what we have to tap into. My issue is I've tried today, including today, in finding means to cut spending. But actually, the two commissioners who, at least as recently as a few days ago, were in support of not escalating salaries within City Hall so much, bailed on me with no warning. So I never gained traction on it. You know, the sky won't fall, but within a few years, this deficit spending, yes, all it leads to is more taxes. And for instance, I don't think it's a good climate right now to raise these permit and license fees on business owners. Like, I'm pushing back on that too. But under this current city manager, that seems to be the way we're rolling. We're trying to raise the property, we're trying to adopt a property tax rate, which then gives a lot of latitude to raise the nominal amount of property taxes on everyone in this town. And we're constantly finding new ways to spend money. And I think Commissioner Thier may have underestimated the known cost of stormwater remediation. Back in 2022, it was known to be approximately $1 to $1.5 million per year for probably close to 15 years. We've already deferred one of those projects included in that absolutely critical stormwater rehabilitation, the one that was, I believe, around $800,000 for the Delaware Avenue stormwater pipe. So we're like deferring all this necessary spending, and continuing to overspend on salaries, benefits. I really don't understand, and I resent that Commissioner Stewart thinks that somehow questioning what the head of personnel, who's like a union boss, of course, of course she's going to advocate for employees. We have maxed out benefits beyond our ability to cover them because of.
Suzanne, I'm taking the floor away from you. And I want to make sure
Let's go back to reducing spending
I want to make
somehow.
sure we note
Mayor, if I
again,
could, please,
your
I got-
snide comment to Jean. I'm sorry. City manager would like to comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to point out that, yes, even though there are large capital projects in the next 2 years in the general fund specifically related to stormwater, you'll see there's almost $3 million in projects, for stormwater in the general fund. And next year, we have the $10 million expense for Phase 4, FY '28. Not next year, but ultimately, when you look at 2030, we're back down to $39 million in expenditures in our total budget with a $2 million surplus. So I can definitely bring back a presentation next week, and we can sharpen our pencils on the future CIP projects. But ultimately, what we wanted to do is follow the fund balance policy of drawing us down to where we're supposed to be, but ultimately, maybe that wasn't communicated the best that it could be.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
But I'm gonna, yeah.
Commissioner Thayer.
Thank you. If I could, Suzanne. So a couple of things, right? So we do 3 years from now, because some of the capital expenditures, we get past some of the capital expenditures, we get back to generating a surplus of a couple $1 million. But again, we're 3 years out. As I mentioned earlier, I think we're totally underestimating the stormwater projects and the amount of money we're going to spend on the stormwater projects. And before I get to my next point, I do want to say, when it comes to the budget, Maricola, what we pay certain people, and regardless of what's in the charter, and there's always this administrative deference, right? We have to defer to you to make the decisions as it relates to personnel and what they get paid and so on and so forth. But when it comes to property taxes, increasing parking, fees and so on, that's us. And I have zero interest anytime in the next 5 years of increasing property taxes, increasing parking, increasing water fees, increasing wastewater fees. We pay ridiculous amounts of money for water and wastewater fees. I look at my bill versus my uncle's bills, it's insane. But coming back to stormwater utility. The Stormwater Utility Task Force, and I know there were a couple people in here on that task force, they can probably fill in the details, but I believe that task force ended about 3 years ago or 4 years ago. 3 years ago. What was it specifically? Does anybody remember?
Spring of 2023 was the final, was the sunsetting.
So 3 years. So we're 3 years post that. One of the recommendations, and again, people can correct me if I'm wrong here, from that was Stormwater Utility Master Plan. Is that correct? Am I correct?
No.
No, it's complicated because of.
Let's make it simple.
Commissioner Good.
So
make it simple.
basically, the consultant was paid a massive amount of money.
Put the money aside, and what was the
that has been
recommendation?
stopped because it was basically it was a waste of money because in the end, finally.
What was the
I
recommendation?
Agree.
My
Mr. Tedder
understanding is
wasn't
that
even fortunately wasn't in favor of having a whole new administrative department to assess stormwater fees. But we had at the end of the committee, one citizen on the committee insisted that the city undertake I think an almost $200,000 study, which was presented to us the other week. And if you saw the results of that study, one of the areas that was proposed, there's no ponding of water in that area.
So let's pull that aside.
We threw away another $200,000 on that. But going forward, we do need a stormwater management plan, but we also don't have to pretend that these pipes won't collapse like the Potomac Interceptor did. That was worse. That was raw sewage. because we've now postponed it, 3 years. But my issue is the deficit spending we're doing, which started with borrowing $5.5 million in December of 2024, which I voted against, and now dipping into reserves, it's just an approach which will require higher taxes on property owners, higher fees on business owners, and I think it's a terrible route to take.
Thank you,
We
Suzanne.
keep increasing salaries and benefits in an untenable way. We are paying more than any other nearby municipality. We have
So, Mayor,
a
back
city
to me.
manager.
She stole my floor.
He can't be in charge of personnel because he's not making sound decisions with pay and benefits.
Hey, I want to say something here.
So let me finish.
Let me say something
Okay.
here. I am the chair here. Too many times there's no respect to the chair. When I start talking, everybody needs to be quiet. And what's been happening lately is when I start talking and try to give direction to this, voices go up instead of being quiet. And it's got to stop. I'm calling on I'm going to resume what I've been doing. It's calling on the floor. Please recognize my ability to do that. Correct?
Thank you.
Commissioner Craig? Now, I would like to figure out a way to move on and that maybe some of this needs to come to a future meeting or something.
So I think there's a couple of things here. So one is, I was getting to this wastewater management plan, right? We don't know. We don't know what it's going to cost. And that's what I thought we were going to get at the last meeting with this wastewater master plan. We don't know what it is, right? So for me, that's an enormous risk. I think we could be underestimating it. And if we are underestimating it, we could be raising, taxes, fees, parking, and so on just within the next couple of years. That's got to get done. And I don't know how we get it done. Suggest we pull together an RFP, send it out, have somebody come back with a plan for us. As far as the spending, my experience is a slippery slope, okay? The minute we start dipping into our savings, instead of taking a long, hard look at the money that we're spending, we're going to very, very quickly get to a point where we're raising taxes again. And I have no interest in raising taxes.
Understood, and I have no interest in raising taxes or parking fees either. I do want to provide a little bit of clarity. So there were 2 different contracts that the city had engaged in related to stormwater. So one was with AECom that was to create a stormwater utility master plan where they would calculate the pervious, impervious surface of every parcel in the city, and then that would be used by staff in conjunction with their consultants to be able to implement a stormwater utility fee. That was the recommendation of the task force. And last year during the budget talks, it was mentioned that we wanted to press pause on that. So I think we spent way less than $100,000 on the work that they had done so far. I think it was in the $30,000, $40,000 range. I don't have the number in front of me, but it was all work that they wouldn't have to redo, because if we had had them continue, then it would have been outdated information that we'd have to pay to redo. So that's still on pause. And then the recent stormwater, it was titled master plan, but that wasn't really the scope of work. It should have been titled something differently, in my opinion. That was a $100,000 study that was also started right before I arrived and ultimately was completed. The goal of that one was to protect the beach with closures because it's our biggest asset and generates our parking revenue, et cetera. So there is more that we can add to that to get us that kind of list of projects that you're looking for. But I just wanted to provide the differentiation between the 2.
Mr. Mayor, to clarify.
Wait for me to recognize and give the
This
floor,
isn't
please.
kindergarten, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that's all right. You would need to adhere to the rules. I will now give you the floor. You can't just say you want to talk and then talk before you're given permission.
I said, Mr. Mayor, and you
And
looked
you,
toward me,
and that's, it's not giving you permission. Does everybody understand? I will say verbally that you have the floor. Are we all comfortable with that?
I thought you had
Commissioner,
begun to speak.
Commissioner
I'm
Good, you
sorry.
still don't
Forgive me.
have the floor. Now you may speak.
Thank you. And there've been a number of times where you looked toward me and said one or two words which weren't quite audible, and, you know, I interpreted that as we could, because no one else was asking for the floor
Don't
at the
waste
time.
our time.
But, moving on, yes, the 30,000 was the residual, but that ACOM had been paid, I believe, a good 150 to 175,000 cumulatively, and in the end, we are not going to use any of their findings, and we ended up spending it, you just said 100,000 for that study that was presented on February 20th, which was of dubious value because most of its proposals are so cost prohibitive, they're not practical given our budget constraints.
We did receive 2 DNREC surface water matching grants on those of 50,000 each, just to clarify.
To defray the cost.
Yeah.
Okay, that's okay, but what's not okay, and I hope we're going to come back, we last, on February 20th, the Family Leave Act insurance numbers were given as 26,000 total, excluding police and dispatch. And based on that, I said, well, it's not a lot of money, let's move on. But then I went back and looked at the budget spreadsheets and realized that 26,000 wasn't even close to what we were spending when I looked at the line items. So would we be able to get an accurate total? And then I hope some of the rest of you, in an attempt to rein in spending, we should do what recommended practices are by the state of Delaware's Department of Labor, to ask employees who benefit from this paid leave, if they have a child, if they have an ailing parent. It's an insurance that benefits them. But Mr. Tedder, I believe in early 2025, assembled the Personnel Committee and the Employee Committee and never consulted the entire board and presented us with information that on the website of the Department of Labor, the default is a 50-50 share. So because I was never consulted, I didn't learn about this until last month. And that doesn't seem right, because that's another, every year that means we're covering this totally.
Thank you, Suzanne. Jean, you.
So I just want to clarify the information I gave. January 2024, when this was starting, because this is a multi-year thing, not January 2025, January 2024 is when it went in front of the Personnel Committee. Then it became part of a budget meeting in February 2024, where it was agreed that 100% coverage would be given. Because this was supposed to start being paid in January of 2025, which was in the budget year we were discussing in 2024. We budgeted at 100% for 1 quarter. During that year, the decision was made not to go with the state insurance, to go third party. So that deferred us a year from making any payments. So we didn't have to make any payments till this January. Last year, again, it was budgeted at 100% because that was the previous year's decision, but only 1 quarter because that's what we're paying right now. Without the police, which is $26,000 in and of itself, but that's in their contract, so the next 2 years we cannot do anything with that. We are at $67,900 total cost. Employees can only contribute 0.4%. 0.4% is $26,076. Our premium to standard is 0.973% because we got a reduction in our short-term disability by going with them for our state paid leave. So it was a wash between the two for our higher amount. We can't charge by law 50% for the employees. It is maxed at 0.4% for our employees, regardless of what we pay. Those are the numbers that were presented, and those are the actual numbers.
And the 0.4% is for all state agencies.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Good?
thank you for providing the timeline. My only problem is why it wasn't brought back to us in early 2025, because of course you decided to go with what was decided in January or February of 2024. It just seems like whenever there's a decision to raise or not raise things in the spending in this city, there just seems to be this endless stream of people who figure, well, the taxpayers will fund it if need be, and we should never do best practices according to the state of Delaware. I know you talked about the discount and that you couldn't actually, but you know, I just feel that if you're looking for spending cuts, why do you want to keep doing things that aren't standard in Delaware, which is costing the city $67,900 a year?
Thank you, Suzanne. Commissioner Stewart, you wanted to,
No, I wanted it to stop.
you wanted to talk about raises earlier?
No, I don't want to talk about raises. I think we've discussed this ad nauseum. I appreciate you for providing good and accurate information. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pause a minute and go to the members of the public. Is there anybody who would like to offer anything? Mr. Good?
Yes, Jeffrey Good, resident. Actually, I was happy to hear that someone other than Suzanne wants to get some control of our expenditures. And I want to talk about a couple things, a few issues. One was the family leave, which is what you just were talking about. It was never, ever, ever designed by Congress to have the employer pay the whole thing. If they did it that way, you would not have that bill passed. It was designed to be shared between employees and employers. And okay, what happened in the past happened, but I think going forward, saving $60,000, $70,000 a year is a nice thing to do for this city, and it's also the norm. It's what they do up in Delaware. It's what they do in very few companies, I think, or cities pay the full amount. That's one thing. The second thing is merit pay or merit bonus, whatever you call it. I mean, my experience, I've been in the federal government and the Foreign Service for over 30-something, I was for over 30-something years. The way they pay it in the federal government, you get your COLA, which is basically supposed to keep you up with inflation. And then if you do a really good job, you get a little merit bonus, but it never goes into your salary, your base salary. And then furthermore, when you get higher up, like as a manager, you're capped. You're capped at a certain point. So there's not like what we have in this city, there's no end to it. Everybody's salary, if it goes into the base, will go up and up and up. I'm sure you're already the higher level people here get paid more than in the federal government already. So, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. So that's the merit pay. And the third thing, I don't know a lot about it, but I heard about it a little bit here, but listening to it last time, I've never heard of a director of a office in a government that has only one half-time person or one part-time person. It makes no sense. When I was a manager, I had 13 people on average. I never had one person. They wouldn't make me a manager of one person. So why does this, as I use the word luxury, it's like, yeah, we have great employees, but these great employees won't like it if this city goes bankrupt. And so I think we need to have a little bit of restraint. And those are just three minor issues that could probably save the government.
Thank you.
$200,000 a year.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
You're welcome.
Is there anybody else that'd like to speak? Nancy? Reintroduce yourself, Nancy.
Be happy to. This is Nancy Doyle. I live at 202 Country Club Drive. Three things. One, oopsie. I posted on Nextdoor something that was wrong. I said I would love to be proven wrong. And first person who got through to me was Mark Sanders. Probably other people tried. So he wins from Gather a cheddar jalapeno set of biscuits. Will be delivered this weekend. So I'm relieved that, and I'm sorry to cause confusion. I did correct it at Nextdoor. So it's an unadulterated apology. There's no exception. There's no but, okay? However, point two, I'm happy to hear you have no interest in increasing taxes. You may or may not have to, depending on what happens with water, infrastructure, and everything else. I want to be really clear that from my perspective as retired and on a fixed income, I understand that in the future, maybe that might have to happen, but it has to be graduated. So I commend Commissioner Thayer for his 3-year planning process. You want to expand it to 5, I understand. That's great. Because if you have to, smoothing these things out are important. It's late in the day. I have questions on why the street and refuge is going up, and you guys know why, and I don't. I don't know where you can cut or how or what's going on. So I'm not going to give you my opinion on it. I think I've proven it can be ill-informed if you haven't attended all the other budget meetings. But the idea of trying to restrain any tax increase and make it graduated and give notice to us is a great one, a very neighborly thing to do, so I commend you for that. And finally, there's no good time to say this, but if you're giving out $60,000 or $75,000 to this person or that, I imagine you guys sitting here and thinking, and I get paid $600 to be here today. If you each got paid $10,000 as commissioners to be there today, and the mayor got 20, I actually think as a matter of dignity, it makes it, this is why I'm going, at least, today I don't want to be mayor, but they are paying me. I do feel like with a budget of this size, it might make sense for you guys to look for a salary for each of you that's like 10 for the commissioners and 20 for the mayor, just so that we get good, earnest people who are trying to stay motivated. It's just a gesture of dignity and respect. So I know it's not a good time to come up with a spending proposal, but there's a question hidden in it. How would that happen? Could a resident write in a recommendation on that? How would the process to do that be initiated? It's just not a question it has to get back to me too. It's late in the day, but that's an idea I had. And thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience with us. And for each of you, thank you for your public service.
Thank you, Nancy.
Oh, that includes Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Nancy. Anybody else? No, thank you very much. Where would you like, what do you need? We've got one more meeting that will have budget components on there. What more do you need at this point?
Other than that, discussion, unless there are other items you all would like to bring up right now, you're welcome to contact me at any time. I will work to further refine the future year CIP and provide a more in-depth presentation at our next meeting. But we do have other business on this agenda. But again, I'm here for any other questions or comments you may have.
Is there anybody that wants to look at the capital improvement program?
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
So, Mr. Cheddar, ahead of March 20th, because my goal is to keep taxes and fees and property taxes, well, user fees like parking, taxes and fees low, and to stop this constant resorting to borrowing, which has happened in my view. Would you please, ahead of March 20th, come up with some concrete proposals to cut spending? I mean, I've suggested a few just today, and we need some. And as my husband Jeffrey just referenced, I don't understand why we would need an entire communications department. That should be under administration. So I hope you will reconsider on that, defer making it a department for a few years. I personally don't think we need a whole department. And I think it's an insult to taxpayers that they have to know that someone who was hired under a contract on September 8th, 2025 is now getting a 61% pay bump plus a car allowance. It just signals to
Commissioner
taxpayers
Good,
that we're
as I
flush with
explained-
money.
As I just explained, such decisions are the purview of the city manager per the charter. Commissioner Thier very accurately predicted that I would say something differently.
Well, and
because-
this city manager is
Let
unaffordable.
her finish.
Because what is your purview is exactly what you all have been discussing. The larger issues like raising taxes and raising parking, but the administration of the city belongs to the city manager, per the charter, per the city manager form of government.
And
And so
ultimately,
We're here for oversight. That doesn't, we're not precluded from saying, if he's the city manager, he can have a communications manager, but he doesn't need an entirely new department.
Suzanne.
Given that the person arrived 6 months ago.
Suzanne,
It
I'm
makes no
taking the-
sense. So what
I'm
oversight
taking the
role
floor
will
away
we ever
from-
play?
I'm taking the floor away from you. Please stop. And we're going to move on. Is there anything, Commissioner Saunders?
I would just, I'm losing my voice, sorry. I would like to remind everybody that we have a personnel committee, and it seems we underutilize that personnel committee. Several of these items, whether it be the state tax or the hiring of somebody else, should have been discussed, I think, by that personnel committee. And I would like to ask our personnel committee to meet once in a while so that these things could be discussed. Not to take away from the privilege of Mr. Tedder having the right to make his decisions, but he would get input from the commissioners prior to making those decisions. And I don't think it takes 7 of us. I think the committee of 2 or 3 or whatever it is would work fine. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for members of the public, the Personnel Committee is who? Raise your hand. Patrick is the chair, I think. Chris Galani, that's 2. Who's the third one? Craig. It's three commissioners that are, form that Personnel Committee.
Mr. Mayor?
Can I start?
So we're going to move on to.
Mayor, I would like to comment on the Personnel Committee role in this.
Go ahead.
I'm very reluctant to let the Personnel Committee, rather than the entire Board of Commissioners, make decisions about adding to the bureaucracy with a whole new department. That should be the purview of the Board of Commissioners giving approval to what Mr. Tedder may or may not propose. I personally think the way he has handled this particular decision has made him unaffordable on so many levels. And, just pushing more and more tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars into salaries and benefits is at the expense of taxpayers. I understand why a lot of them are understandably outraged by the overspending.
Thank you, Suzanne. We're going to move on to the last bit of business, which
Thank you, Mayor.
is new business.
At the regular meeting of the Mayor and Commissioners on February 20th, the motion by Commissioner Good stated that that at the March 9th meeting, the city solicitor shall prepare an ordinance at long last to mandate pervious cover for new construction driveways and sidewalks, as well as for renovations of driveways and sidewalks. She then went on to add walkways, patios, et cetera, but that was not arguably officially in the motion. While I was immediately in touch with Max Walton and Taylor following that Friday meeting, a snowstorm was upon us. As we dug out, there was a realization that given the directive to have an ordinance prepared for consideration, that we would need to have that ordinance prepared in 4 days. I was concerned. I was concerned because we knew that the topic spanned Chapter 270 zoning, and changes to the zoning code require a public hearing. As a result, and in keeping with the directive, we looked at Section 232, curb cuts, and the ordinance you have before you. Before we begin, I would like to note that staff are opposed to this ordinance, as am I. This is simply one step in the process, and it is drafted without the opportunity for comprehensive planning and coordination across the code. In addition, currently, the city is finalizing construction standards and discussing pervious artificial turf at this month's meeting of the Environmental Advisory Committee. These are just two of the activities that are ongoing. In addition, the draft as presented to you does not speak to commercial parking lots, city sidewalks, city streets, or rights-of-way. Staff believe that a discussion of pervious pavement is important, but it should not be considered in a vacuum as it is presented here. We respectfully request that we delay passage of this ordinance such that staff can coordinate effectively. This benefits residents, builders, and the environment. In the alternative, if the board votes to move forward, I would request that implementation of the ordinance be delayed, as noted, for 90 days.
Commissioner Stewart.
Mayor, thank you. And thank you, Lisa. I was the one that seconded the motion, and I think I did it out of frustration because I was on the Stormwater Utility Task Force. And at the end of that, we had one ask and one recommendation. It was that the city establish a comprehensive stormwater management plan. We knew there was infrastructure projects, but we wanted it to be comprehensive. We wanted it not to just deal with existing flows and capture them, but to figure out how to get our community to reduce the flows. And after my haste in seconding it and thinking about it, I no longer support the ordinance. I'm happy to delay it. I'm supportive of that because I'd like to see the bigger thing come back as and when you can put it on the agenda, develop it, whatever. So, you know, I kind of apologize for jumping the gun, but, you know, it was hanging out there and it was enticing. So, again, sorry.
Thank you, Suzanne. Forgive me.
Commissioner
The
Stewart.
smack upside the head is warranted. Thank you. I voted for it because I wanted to see something brought forward. What I didn't want anybody to do is misconstrue that meant I was fully supportive in voting on something today. You know, I believe there's a lot more homework to do to this. I believe that it needs diagrams. And actually, you did something months ago with, I think, diagrams that explained what it was, you know? So I'm sorry, we haven't done anything with it. But a diagram, cost estimates. Mark, you mentioned your desire for that last one. We have no cost estimates to at least show what these things cost. This isn't just a simple excavating 6 inches, putting stone dust down and laying it down for $2 a square foot. It's something that could be $20 a square foot or something because you've got to dig deep. You've got to put different layers. You've got to have a drainage system. And I want to explain that to everybody. There is separate sections of the code that refer to the size of driveways, a 9 by 18 size driveway and a 10 by 20. Well, now's the time, if we're going to do it, let's resolve that and the discrepancy and look at that. And yes, part of that is zoning code. And so it's going to take a little while longer to perhaps create that ordinance. And then when we approve it finally, we've got to go to public hearing and conduct a public hearing. So that's an extended period of time, but that's, I think, the proper process. So overall, I think it's just too accelerated a schedule. I think we need a lot more notice to the property owners and contractors, because right now, if we were voting today, we were virtually excluding their opinions. And somebody mentioned earlier commercial. I agree that ought to be wrapped into this at the same time, because there's probably more bang for the buck going with commercial. And then postponing 90 days, forgive me, but I can't accept that, because approving something today and not implement it for 90 days still skips all these elements that I said were missing. Did somebody have a comment? City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to provide a little more background. So I just wanted to make sure that we brought you at least something at this meeting. So that's why this result is what it is. But when we found that we didn't have time to do the proper public notice for the public hearing and amending the zoning code, this, of course, would not address sidewalks or the commercial aspects and things of that nature like you were also looking for.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Gossett?
I appreciate Solicitor's comments on this, and also, this is what we have done so many times in the sense of Band-Aiding something. We take a problem and try to fix it, and that has unintended consequences throughout the code. We have experienced this quite a bit from people's frustrations of getting something accomplished. You get something accomplished, and then that opens up another issue. Again, this is dealing with zoning code, many of these things which should be addressed. You mentioned them, commercial property, commercial parking lots, sidewalks, walkways. There are all kinds of considerations. We've, Building and Licensing reviewed this back in 2024, I believe, made a presentation on this, and we took no action at that time because it was so complicated. We have made decisions to look at rewriting code, looking at that. That is apparently stalled for a certain period of time. So I agree, this should be either voted on and voted down right now, or wait till a complete package could be brought forward.
Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
So I was in favor of this because there had been such sort of paralysis following the sunsetting of the stormwater stormwater utility task force. And because it's limited to driveways and doesn't include other like patios and all that, it seems like a reasonable step. Obviously, commercial property would be under different parameters totally. So I feel because it only includes driveways, normally I feel like we should be able to put this to a vote, but because builders who do a lot of construction in this city, to my knowledge, were not notified that this was on the agenda, we should hold this discussion once builders like McGregor have an opportunity to discuss the different materials for driveways, and to have Mr. Schenko maybe also give us a tutorial on there's pervious and impervious, but some pervious materials are more porous than others, probably. And then the mayor raised a good point about this drainage issue. So maybe
Mayor,
we
if I
just,
could, please.
we're just not ready, but I hope we could. I don't see a problem in separating out driveways from other aspects of residential and from commercial in order to, effect change and get the driveways done by, like, I don't know, April, say.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mayor?
Yeah, if I could.
Commissioner Thier,
Yeah.
and then I'll get Commissioner Thier.
2 sentences, maybe it's one. I'm okay with deferring this, but I do want to make the point, and I was going to make this point earlier. It's 3 years post the stormwater task force, and nothing's been done. That's inexcusable. So, Mayor, I don't know if that's because of you. I don't know if it's because of Taylor, but it's inexcusable that nothing's been done in 3 years.
Mark?
I was just going to make a motion that we table this for further discussion to another day. Seconding it.
I struggle, right, because we're just going to kind of go, I feel like we're going to go back and we're going to do nothing, right? We've done nothing for 3 years. Why should I believe if we make a motion and we table this that it's going to come back ever?
Well, I suggest you do.
Commissioner, forgive me,
suggest
I've only
you
been
do.
here for 6 months, so I'm telling you that is unfair to me. By directive, I gave you
I'm not sure
information.
I'm not sure when I think I said the mayor and the city manager. I don't think I said you.
You didn't.
Well, I'd like to see it continue, but I'd like to see it incorporate all the elements that I mentioned, especially doing
Well,
this,
then,
doing
you know
this
what?
properly.
Put it on the future agenda items. Let's get a plan going. Let's stop kicking cans down the road, because that's all we do up here,
That's the intent.
okay?
Mr. Mayor?
Not fair.
I'll believe it. It's see it, believe it, something like that. I'll believe it when I see it. Can we, I think Commissioner Stewart has a comment.
I'd like
I have a comment.
Well, I had asked, but. whatever.
Commissioner Good.
So in light of Commissioner Thier's frustration and mine as well, I would like to make a motion to adopt this ordinance amending section 2.
I have a motion on the table.
I saw that and I was like, you want to thwart it before we could even try to
wasn't
put
a
it to a vote.
There wasn't a second.
You wanted to table it. Let's see if we get a second on this one. To adopt the ordinance amending section 232-59A in reference to hard surface parking spaces, requiring the construction of new driveways or replacement driveways to be of permeable materials.
I second it.
You're seconding.
So that we can
Adopt
get
it.
this
We'll
moved
get
on
it
here.
done. Driveways.
We have a motion by Commissioner Suzanne Good and a second by Commissioner Mark Saunders to adopt an ordinance before us to amend Chapter 232 Streets and Sidewalks relating to hard surface parking spaces. I'm gonna keep on here. Commissioner Thier?
I vote no because the ordinance as written is unenforceable. There's no definition of pervious or impervious surfaces. The way I read the ordinance, Corey and his team will basically have to go out during a torrential downpour, look at the driveway, and see if the water actually runs off into the street. So it's not enforceable, so I will not support this ordinance, and therefore I vote no.
Commissioner Stewart?
I vote no.
Commissioner Gallanti?
I support the concept of the ordinance. The concept is good, but the ordinance, the way it is written right now, it does not work, so I vote no.
Commissioner Good?
I vote yes to get progress on something.
Commissioner Saunders?
Everything Galante said, I agree. So I'm voting no.
Commissioner Gossett?
No.
And the chair votes no, so the motion fails. With that, we're going to move on to the next item of business, which is review future meeting dates, Friday, March 20th, 2 o'clock, regular meeting, and the budget combined. Yeah, before we go, next will be citizen comment.
So I did want to mention that for June, we have Juneteenth, the Juneteenth holiday on June 19th, and that is a scheduled meeting day. So I wanted to see if there was any vehement objection to moving the meeting to Thursday, the 18th, instead of Friday, the 19th.
Thursday, June 18th.
In lieu of the 19th.
June.
It's fine.
So it's a day earlier than normal,
Makes sense.
Thursday. Huh?
2 o'clock.
Commissioner comments yet? I'm sorry.
We're almost there. Do we have this resolved? We'll change that meeting date to June 18th to deal with, it's a day earlier than Juneteenth. With that, let me see what's next here. Susan?
Citizen comment.
Citizen comment next. Does anybody have any comments? Basically, it's you.
And James.
With that, we'll go to Commissioner announcements. Commissioner Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to address something that's very troubling, and I think the time has come that commissioners need to speak out about this. What I'm about to describe is documented, has been formally responded to by the city, and directly affects this body's ability to serve our residents. Over a period spanning September 2023 through today, Commissioner Good has engaged in a sustained pattern of conduct across her official communications that includes racially and sexually demeaning characterizations of city staff and officials, statements meeting the legal elements of defamation under Delaware law, harassment of city staff and fellow commissioners on the basis of religion, demeaning and contemptuous references to disabled family members of fellow commissioners, false and unsubstantiated allegations of corruption and collusion directed at the mayor and fellow commissioners, dereliction of duties of elective office, active support for litigation brought against the city, and communications that solicited outside interference in city operations. This is not a collection of isolated incidents. It is a documented pattern. The city has issued formal, multiple cease and desist letters, yet the conduct does not stop. It's only escalated. That matters because it tells us this is not inadvertent, it is deliberate. Because these communications are already public records, subject to open records law, I am asking the city today to make Commissioner Good's full email record accessible by a link on our city website. This will not disclose anything private. It will simply make it easy for any resident who cares to see what's happening to our city staff come to their own conclusion. The public deserves to hear Suzanne in her own words. I would like to see in the future consideration of formal reprimand. We keep sending letters requesting that Commissioner Good modify her behavior. She's either incapable or unwilling to do it. Policy decisions and differences are one thing. Repeated harassment, we saw some of it here today. So I'm imploring other commissioners, I know it's nice to be liked and not to stand out. We have a moral and legal obligation to protect the people that work for this city. And we need to stand up, and we need to do it now.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Mr. Mayor?
We will take that into advisement.
Mr.
Are
Mayor?
there any other commissioners?
I have a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Good?
So because I was not given advance notice of this, and because like a good kangaroo court, you lobbed all sorts of allegations against me as though they're facts and true, and because I have been questioning the hire of Mr. Tedder since April 12th of 2024, and other issues which have given me, which have concerned me gravely about the way the city has been run in the past and continues to be run. I think it's just outrageous that you think it's appropriate that there be a link on the website to my correspondence with Mr. Tedder, with the mayor, with Ms. Ogden. And where do you become this, like, this enforcer or this judge in this matter? It's disturbing.
Thank you, Suzanne.
And oversight in this city has been near impossible, as evidenced by the way none of you were willing to make the hard decisions today. I had two commissioners who had indicated to me they were also concerned that merit bonuses
We've heard this
continue being
before.
added to salary in
That's
this
all.
city, which is not normal practice. And they bailed on me because I guess, when they see
Commissioner
which way
Good,
the
I'm
wind is
taking the
blowing.
floor away from you.
So,
Commissioner
fine,
Galante?
So I wasn't going to address this, but I am because you called me out again. You hear what you want to hear when you talk to other people, and I never said that. So stop saying that I did. Okay, number one. Number two, I want to acknowledge a long-term, tireless advocate of the city of Rehoboth who passed away on March 3rd. Charlie Brown passed away. He was president of the Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association for over a decade. His funeral is in Baltimore on Friday. I am going. I know other members of the Board of Commissioners are going. And I thought it was really important to identify and reflect upon Charlie and all that he did for this community, and extend our sympathy to his husband, Rod, who's really suffering with this huge loss. It's a loss that I feel, I know a lot of members of this community feel, and I'm really thinking about Rod.
Thank you. Thank you for remembering. With that, there no being any further business, this meeting is adjourned at 6:03 PM.